Okay, I'll be back in 2 seconds while I just get 1 or 2 things sorted ready for the stream. So if you guys just bear with me. Okay. Oh, 2 seconds. Okay. Oh, what's going on, James? That was quick. You were here before I could even sit down. So I've 1 second. Get this better. I just need to quickly put on some gloves. As you can see, I've cleaned up this headset, and it's yeah, they will live again, hopefully. I've just I planned to stream much earlier, but the parts from Amazon only just arrived. It was estimated at like 2 o'clock, and then all of a sudden at like 2:05, it said it wasn't going to be here till like between 4:30 and 6:30. So it's just arrived now. So I was going to set it up just running the 8-bit DAC built into the ESP32, but I've got another little board come in, just a DAC, and I think it can do 16 to 24-bit or something like that. So I'm going to have to try to figure that out now. I looked also at the listing for the battery I bought. I don't think it's going to fit. And it's also not going to last very long. I done a quick test with this to see the power draw, which I'll quickly do now. But I know I can tweak a bunch of stuff. Deep sleep mode, turn off, like disable the Wi-Fi and stuff like that. So we can actually like test it and see the power draw and get it as low as we can. This is the Amazon package with this nice friendly warning on it. With a smile right above it. So let's have a look. What we have in here. 1, 2, and I think it should be a 3rd thing. Yeah, 3 things. It's a nice dark bag. I might keep this bag to put my what's it called? Like UV Kirin UV mask in. Couldn't think of the word then. Ah, okay. So that's pretty cool, and that is tiny. I think this is the chip I got, and it's like everything all in one basically. So I'll try that at some point. But it's only like Bluetooth 4 or something like that. But that's pretty cool. I'll put that to the one side for a second. Okay, exactly the same bags. Does this one look darker? No, they're the same, I think. But yeah, these are nice bags. Okay, this isn't too big. So this isn't bad. Let's have a look at this. This is the DAC that I ordered. I'm not going to need the headphone jack on it, so I could like desolder that. It looked like it's surface mounted, so it shouldn't be too hard. I'm assuming the LGR on the board here. Let's have a look into the scope. Might be a bit clearer. Let's have a look here. So I'm assuming the LGR here is just the same as this here. But I'm not too sure. But I'd assume I can just solder to this, this and this, instead of using this. Yeah, this one's meant to be really decent in terms of the quality. I'll look up the name of what it's called now. Let's just back down to the top down quickly, because I think I've got it on Google somewhere. I think it is a, which one is it? It's either a PCM 5102A or a, no, that's the same. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think it's a PCM 5102A audio module DAC decoder I2S interface. I can bring up the data sheet here on Texas Instruments. We can see if it's the same. Let me switch over to okay, there you go. Let's have a look. Okay, I think this is just for the chip itself that's on the board. I think it's the same chip as we've got. Let's just double check. It should say on the actual on the chip itself, I'd assume. So let me just clear some things out of the way quickly. We can have a quick look at this chip. There you go. Yeah, we can see it. Just need to get a little bit better focus, I think. So that's the chip. I'm assuming the rest is just his supporting circuitry. And some through holes and stuff. So it's a PCM 5102A. And let's have a look. PCM 5102. Okay, so I assume, yeah, this is the same one. So if I flick back to, yeah, this is the chip. So it says 112 decibels audio stereo DAC with 32-bit, 384 kilohertz PCM interface. I don't really fully understand a lot of this, but it's got some good information here. So I think these are the things I need to connect onto the board, I think. Along with the voltage and the ground, I think, to connect it to the ESP. So that's pretty interesting. So let's switch to the microscope and have a look. Okay, I did read somewhere that there's like 2 grounds or something I need to connect together. We've got a tweezers to point to these things here. screwdriver will do. So I'm guessing this is my voltage. Where's my ground? Here. Or do I go here or here? I'm gonna have to look up a board, I think, for this exact one. I'm not 100% sure. But I can see, I think it's this, would it be this one here as well? I'm gonna have to double check that. I need to solder from this board here. I know on here. I'll have to double check because I was going to be using the built-in DAC on here, and the outputs for that are 25 and 26, and they are also silk-screened onto the back. So I guess rather than this using it, I'm probably going to have to define which pin I want to use for the, is it I squared S? So I'm going to have to quickly figure that out. I'm hoping maybe ChatGPT can figure that out for me though. I think it's just like define, and then I just set what pin I want. But I've never used like the Arduino ID or anything like that. So these are the two modules that we've got to fit in. So I think once we remove this one, that's gonna not really take up like too much space. So let's have a look at this battery, because that's the next step. And straighten this mat up. So we can put these two boards to the side. But this one is crazy, because this apparently is like everything basically that I need all in one. Don't really understand how. I have to go back and double check. And it's even got key, mute, VCC, ground, left and right on it. So that's pretty cool. But I don't know how good the audio quality would be, because there's no like larger capacitors. So I'm assuming they're only handling like certain filter, certain frequency filtering for the audio or noise. Let's have a look at this battery. Lithium polymer battery. Yeah, lithium ion polymer battery. Manufactured direct, US local service. Okay. Oh yeah, this battery is a lot bigger than I thought it was going to be. It's a little baby compared to the other one I was using. And from doing some calculations based on obviously what this is currently drawing, a 500 milliamp hour battery is not going to last a massive amount of time. I realistically need something that's about like half the size of this. Let's grab the headset and see, because it's not going to fit where I originally wanted the battery to fit, which would have been yeah, I don't think that's fitting. It's not fitting there. Like technically I could fit in here, but then am I going to fit the two boards and stuff as well? That is the issue. I was hoping to get like a small one, like not quite that size, but a bit smaller than that, just to fit into the. So this one is a lot bigger than I thought, but it's not the end of the world. I can always get a different one or try to fit here. So kind of like, it does fit in there. Okay. that kind of fits in there. But like, will I be able to clip this thing on now? That's the question. There's a lot of stuff in there right now. Where's the plastic bits? Speakers. Let me grab the speakers. So we need the left speaker. So that's this one. And there's a notch, and that goes that way. I don't know, is that fitting? Is that touching? I'm gonna probably need to put like Kapton tape or something in there, but I don't have any like wide one. You don't want all the weight on one side. Yeah, I know. I guess I could maybe put the battery over the other side. I did manage to get this off as well. But if I do run the cable up here, I might look at just putting like some better padding on there, and that way like the cable wouldn't be uncomfy on your head maybe. But I've still got to figure out if I can actually drill through here and somehow get a cable up here. But would that actually fit all in one piece if I wanted it to? I don't think I can close it. I think that's because that's there at the moment. Well, yeah, technically you can fit all of the, what's going on there, TFN repairs. So technically you can fit all of that inside. It's probably not the best, and the speaker's probably shorting out on the back of the, on the board at the moment. But at first, I think before we actually like package anything, we've actually got to like do a dummy run and get things working. Because it's pointless spending all time drilling holes and this and all kinds of things if we're not too sure that it's going to work. Need to find a spudger. Okay, I've got a spudger. Decided to hide from you then for a minute. This last clip does not want to, oh, there you go. I wasn't even in the right place. So technically all of that can fit in there and the speaker, so that's good to know. If I was using just this other module, I think you can get smaller ESPs as well, but I'd have to double check if you can get smaller ones with Bluetooth and the support, the audio library. You might be able to, with like some tinkering, find a way to get ones that don't support the audio library to work, but that'd probably be too complicated for me, to be honest. But this one here would take up like no room at all, but I don't know how good the audio quality would be from this. I'd have to go back and double check the listing, because I think we wouldn't need the ESP or anything basically if we're using this. It would just need a battery and just this. The 50 subs for streaming is just for mobile streaming, if you're streaming from a mobile device. And I think if you want to, I think actually another features for 24-hour streams, I think is just like a certain verification. But yeah, I think the 50 subs thing is just for streaming from mobile devices, which is good. I still have to upload some videos and stuff. I have got videos like lined up I've recorded. The quality won't be as good, even though this is not perfect. I think now the lighting should be better on this one, audio, etc. But I filmed these videos before I made these kind of tweaks. just a couple of, I think, like controllers and bits and pieces. Okay. Okay, I get you. I get you haven't reached the required milestone when I try to do a public stream. I'm not too sure, to be honest. So, I need to figure out how I'm going to wire these two together. For now, we will just be powering the ESP over USB. I don't think I can do data to this thing. It would be handy. So I guess while I'm like flashing code and stuff to this, I'm going to have to plug this into here. So we will see if we can get audio just playing out of these speakers from like this little setup. And we can always hook up a battery at any time. But I will show you the current draw on this. Is that in? I guess it is in, okay. I don't know how well you guys can see this. Let me switch to the top down. Not top down, sorry, the microscope. I can move that one in closer. So we currently draw in 112 milliamps by the look of it. And we only have a 500 milliamp battery. So currently this is not looking good, and that's without driving the speakers as well. And the other board, this board here. This is just with the ESP32 plugged in. But I can disable the Wi-Fi on here, and we can also look at figuring out how to do like a deep sleep mode and stuff like that. The deep sleep mode, for now, I might have to just wire in with a momentary switch or something like that. Like one that I have lying around from a Xbox bumper. I cannot see where they are this second. Oh yeah, they're right here. But I have looked at other types of switches for the power. Actually, I probably won't need the deep sleep mode, thinking of it, because I was looking at, what's it called? It is called a latch-in push button switch. You can get a latch-in PCB push button, DP-DT. I'm looking at online. It's just a bunch of little like on-off switches, and they're small, about the size of like a little tactile momentary switch. Why does it draw so much standby current? Yeah, I know, it is ridiculous. I think it's just because like the Wi-Fi, apparently, the Wi-Fi roaming or something like that. Apparently you can reduce it by like quite a lot. I did have all the data somewhere. I'll see if I can find the data here. I'll just quickly Google. ESP32 Wi-Fi current draw. About 100 to 150 milliamp, apparently. And then when it's connected, it can do spikes of up to between 240 and 350 doing data transmission. So yes, quite a lot. It's not broadcasting or connected to any Wi-Fi right now either, so I'm assuming this is just like it broadcasting maybe, or not broadcasting, I don't know what the term would be, where it's like searching and scanning to see if there are any Wi-Fi networks out there maybe to connect to. Okay, the ESP32 is a dual core chip. It can draw up to 300 milliamps. Okay, thank you, TFN. Yeah, there are other versions of this, like ESP. You can get like smaller ones and stuff like that. They might draw less. We could probably have a look, to be honest. We have a D1 Mini here. But this one I don't think has... It said it doesn't have Bluetooth, or it doesn't support the audio library that we need. I cannot remember, to be honest. There is a reason that I'm using the larger one. These are just two I had around. There might be better options out there to use for this. Okay, so this is drawing a bit, but less. So that's only drawing 90 milliamps. Rather than the 100 and something the other one was. This is about, what, like 10 to 20 less. I built a crypto miner out of a cluster of them 2 years ago and drew 30 watts in total. 30 watts, that's crazy. From these little ESPs. I do also want to quickly plug in, while I've got this connected, an ESP that I fried by accidentally backfeeding, I think it might have been 12 volts into it, because I was being a silly boy. So let's check this, see if we get anything. Just seeing a flash of light. Oh, look at that current draw. Yeah, something shorted there, I'm assuming. It's 2.3 watts. 5 I drawing. Oh, yeah. I don't need all the... do you need all the pins on the ESP? No, I don't need all the pins. I just need one I squared. No, I squared, sorry. Yeah, I squared S. And just be able to supply power to it. But I need a chip that can support the audio decoding, I think, and support the audio library, like the Arduino audio library. That's just from things I've like read, because I've only recently started like researching this kind of stuff. And no, I don't have a thermal camera, sorry, James. I've been looking at getting one, but for like a half decent one, they seem quite expensive. Okay, a C6. Okay, I'll have to look at a C6, because I know the newer ESPs, like C2s and C2 Mini, or is it C3 Mini, something like that. They are like a lot smaller, and they draw like a lot less power. But I had a bunch of these like lying around. Well, this broken one, this working one, and a D1 Mini from when I was doing some LED projects before. C6 is basically a bit bigger than a nano USB 6. The C6 is looking much more power efficient and smaller. Okay, let me just have a quick look on Google at the C6. I'll switch to the overhead camera a second. And move the microscope out of the way. And I can unplug that. So we're looking at a ESP C6. Is it a C6 Mini or just a C6? Just a C6, okay. ESP32 C6. Oh, I just typed C2 instead of C6. 1 second, C6, okay. peaks seem a little bit higher, but yeah, it does seem to take like less. But the information I'm seeing is about like sleep and deep sleep and stuff, which we can do on this one as well. But are the dimensions much smaller than this one? Because I didn't look at the physical dimensions. Let's have a look at the physical dimensions. Size. Should have typed dimensions. 21 by 17 apparently. So let's have a look on the calipers. So 21. Oh, okay. 21 by 17 apparently. So that is pretty small. So that would be smaller than this one, would it? 17. Yes, it would be a bit narrower than that. There are other ones though. Apparently the dimension I'm looking at is for a Seed Studio one. There are the ones which are 25 by 20, 25 by 18. The largest I'm seeing is about 25. So that would, yeah, they're going to be at least half the size of this one then, looking at it. Yo, what's going on, Squish? How are you doing? I usually use the Seed Studio one when I need a C6. Okay, do you happen to know if they support the A2? I have to have a look at the Arduino audio library A2. Which one is it? A2DP? A2DP. Okay, so does ESP32 support? Let's have a look, see what Google says. Now, apparently the ESP32C6 does not support the Arduino A2DP Advanced Audio Distribution Profile Library. The ESP32C6 is a Wi-Fi 6 plus Bluetooth 5, Bluetooth low energy SoC, but it lacks Bluetooth classic radio support. The common Arduino libraries such as, and it's just going to link to the that particular library, requires Bluetooth classic function. Library limitation. The ESP32 A2DP library specifically requires a Bluetooth stack BlueDroid that is not present on the C6, apparently. Alternative, it says ESP32 or an ESP32S3 apparently, or similar chips. So the S3 apparently, I'm not too sure what the size and power draw on the ESP32SC is. We can have a quick look at that though. No, it doesn't have Bluetooth. Ah, okay. Yeah, that's the one I was looking at. Apparently it supports LE, more power efficient Bluetooth than the A2DP. Okay. So how would I do the audio then? That's the only thing I'm confused about, just because a lot of the research I've done has always pointed towards using this Arduino Advanced Audio Distribution Profile Library. Have a look at a S3. So there are Super Minis for this. I wonder if the Super Mini would support it as well. Super Minis. Let's have a quick look. A2DP. A2DP. Apparently, no, it does not. The Super Mini does not. Apparently it's not available on the S series or the C series of the ESP32 chips. The Bluetooth Classic, which is what we would be using for this apparently. Yo, what's going on, Chris? No smoke from this yet, but this one did, not from this project, from a previous project. And it's drawing like, I think like half an amp or something. Yeah, I think it was half an amp, wasn't it? It was like 500 milliamps, like 2.1 watts or something stupid. But I might be fun to fix this at some point. It's probably just a shorted component. So for now, we'll just have to work with the boards we have, but I'm gonna have to figure out how to wire this up. So I should probably flash to this first. I have a little bit of code here that I had ChatGPT do for me. So if it works, I have no idea, but I will switch to the Arduino IDE if I can quickly find that. That would be this top one here. Okay, so this is the Arduino IDE I have here. So I need to plug in the ESP32, and hopefully this code should allow us to use this as a Bluetooth module to send audio out of these channels here. But I might actually have to redo this code because this code was written for using the 8-bit DAC that was built into the ESP32 itself. So I probably will quickly redo this code for use with this other board quickly. So bear with me 2 minutes. I will switch back to the top down. Plug this in here because I completely forgot that we're now going to be using this. So I don't think I need to be outputting DAC because I think this needs to receive a I squared S signal. So let's have a look. I think I have a window open somewhere with how I need to wire it up. Just quickly scrolling through my notes and stuff. Okay. So, just going to quickly see if I can get some new code to use the output I needed. The output that's needed for this instead. Let's have a look. I'm just going to ask ChatGPT quickly to do me a quick diagram. So it's saying I need to send from this digital audio over IS or I2S, which is I squared S, to the PCM 5102, which is this other one I have here. I've got the wire in here that should be correct. So you've got to come out. Yeah, we're going to be using 3 pins out on here apparently. Let me just see if I can make this window smaller so I can see here. Apparently I've made that window too small now. One second, I'm going to see if I can do, no, apparently it doesn't want to let me do that. Yeah, it's I squared S different from I squared C. Yeah, I squared S is for sound and audio, and I squared C is for chip-to-chip communication, apparently. So apparently that's the difference. And hello, what's going on, AP Drippy? So I think I just scrolled up too far, but there. Okay, so if I go through these, we're going to need GPIO 26 on here, which is here. This is a dark output as well. And so is 25. They're both next to each other. And we're going to be using 22 as the audio data, which is somewhere on the board, up here. We need 3.3 volts, which we will be supplying via USB or battery currently, and ground, which is going to be taken care of via this. Oh no, never mind, sorry. That is for the wiring for this. So I need to come out of the 3.3 volts into the VCC on here, and I need to tie the grounds together from here on to wherever the ground is on this board, which I cannot seem to see. Oh, right there. Never mind, yes, right there on the bottom left. Okay, let's have a quick look at chat, sorry. Just tuned in, snagged another PS3 fat from Flea Market with Yo Lord. I plan to stream. Nice. Look forward to that. Yeah, let us know when you're streaming, and I'd like to check that out. So we should probably solder this together first. Actually, before I do that, I'm not going to need this, I'm pretty sure. So I will desolder this here, and then we can, I assume, solder to the LGR here. I'm assuming that's left, ground, and right. I'm assuming that's the output on this board. So I'll quickly desolder this to free up some space, seeing as we're not going to be plugging anything into this. And then we can look at some wires to use. I've got a couple of different wires that we could use. This is probably going to be a bit thick, maybe. I do have some thinner wire here somewhere. Where would that be? Got an Xbox 360 with RLOD for $5 today. Damn, that's crazy. That's a really good deal for $5. Let's have a look what other wires we have. We could strip down one of these. That should be a thinner gauge wire. Or we can look at using the wire that we took off, which I have right here. We could use the thinner part of this. I think it's all enamel coated. That would probably be the best because that's going to be the most flexible. So what do people think? Think like this wire or this thin enamel coated wire? Should I use this wire for the ground, the red one here? No, sorry, the voltage for the red one here, and the ground for this black one here, so as a thicker gauge, and then use one of these thinner wires for sending the data, the clock, and everything between the two boards. I'm not too sure what would be ideal, most like ideal. I don't want to be using too many thick wires because it's going to be quite difficult. You got jumper wire somewhere. Like, yeah, I got jumper wire. It's really thin, and I hate soldering with it. That's why I was thinking maybe use this one because it's a little thicker, and I think it is also enamel coated too. I could quickly test with the multimeter to make sure this is enamel coated. So let's have a quick look. Yeah, that seems to be coated. Let's check for the ground one as well. Yeah, that seems to be coated. So we could just look at a salvage some of this wire. No, those they use on breadboards. No, I haven't got any other ones to use on breadboards. The only wire I have currently around are this one, this tiny little jumper wire, and this one here. So I think probably this one might be the best bet. Just tangled in wires a second. Just turn this multimeter off. Move this out of the way and this wire. This thing wants to keep moving because this attached to the USB cable. We gotta try now remove this quickly with the soldering iron. See how well this goes. Let me just quickly knock on my extractor. Seems to have tipped over. It's a little bit loud, you might be able to hear it going brrr in the background. It's not even that powerful either. It is homemade though. Hot glue is my suggestion. Yeah, I found my hot glue gun ready. It is around here somewhere. I can see it over in the corner. So yeah, I'm ready to do some hot gluing, definitely. Just grab some tweezers. Okay, trying to remove this now without hot air is going to be fun, to say the least. Do we just go inside of the port maybe? And do that. This is not as easy as I thought it was going to be to remove. Thought I would be able to just heat the one side and just remove it. But it is not having any of that. All proper mods use hot glue. Yeah, definitely. Does anybody have any tips on trying to remove this without hot air? I was going to try and do the easy side first and then lever it up on the other side. But it doesn't want to have any of it. Yeah, removing it to reduce the height, yeah. If you don't need it, cut it off. Yeah, I could cut it off if it comes to it. It just seems like rather savage. I'd like to gracefully remove it if possible. Okay, no problem, 8-bit. It's been nice that you've dropped by. Okay, so we've got a bit more salt on there now. A bit of flux. Maybe now we'll want to lift up. Salt are going to mix in. Going to lift it off from the board. Nobody knows. Yeah, this thing does not want to. Not want to lift up. Yeah, that's what I was trying to do. I was trying to lift up like the one side, but it just doesn't want to. Does not want to lift. Or it might be slightly though, actually. Okay, so I think the one side is clear. I'll just try like hammer. Yeah, hammer is a good idea, to be honest. Just crack out the side cutters and cut it off. And try doing it a bit more delicately though, just in case I ever needed to do like a replacement of one or something. I do plan to get hot air as soon as possible though. Because hot air just makes life so much easier. It's just like foil under the legs. Okay, that's a good idea. If I had some thicker copper cable, I'd use that, but I don't have any solid core copper cable right now. Because that would be ideal for this. I think the one side's disconnected now. Yeah, the one side's disconnected now. So now we just need to get this other side off. Probably just like a cheap one. I'd probably go for the one that was in Joey's video. Just because that seems tried and tested, I guess, and it's cheap. Just so I can get some jobs that would be much easier with hot air. And then maybe get a better one in time if I use it a lot. So we'll have to see. Let's see if I can just wick some of this off and then remove them. I'm not too sure what's going to be the easiest on this side to remove these. There's a lot of small components on this side. So let's have a look if we can do this. Okay, we seem to remove a bit there. So if this board wants to start moving here, that would be much appreciated. Some absolutely lovely fumes coming off this thing. Okay, this is really close to that chip right there. So I've got to be careful. And we've actually removed it. Okay, maybe I should have done it on the other side. So yeah, turns out you can remove one of these without hot air. It's a little bit tedious, but the wick seemed to work really well for that. Let's just chuck that to the one side for now. Try to minimize the amount of flux I get over everything if I can. Grab a quick wipe. Just using a Kim wipe just to wipe the area down. There you go. Sure, you can only use hot air if I really need to. It's best to use an iron if you can. Okay. That's good to know. Thank you, Squash. Okay, so I think I'm going to go for the thin wire. I need to grab my wire stripping tools quickly and hope that this wire isn't too thin to be able to use with them. Let's have a quick look. Okay, so we've got this quite basic wire stripping tools here. From the UK will probably recognize the brand. They're not the worst, they're not the best. So hopefully I can just use these to strip down the wires that we need. And then connect everything up. So let's grab this cable here, ready to be sacrificed. Mid-Lyle of Aldi. Yeah, I think I think I got it from. I don't know how much of length of wire we're going to need. So I guess we'll cut off as far down as there, because that's about as far down as I wiped and cleaned it. The rest of the wire is like all grubby and sticky. Never used this for small wires. I've used it for like the other size wires I've got, and it's great for like 2.5 mil twin layers and stuff like that. So let's have a look. What would be the best way to strip all of this off? Because doing this bit by bit is going to be tedious. I have to turn this thing out and down, which will allow me to feed the wire all the way through. I always used to strip wires with my teeth when I was young. Damn. Yeah, I don't know if I'd want to try that. I'd be worried I'd like pull my teeth out or something. So we want to slacken this up. Squeeze down until we just have the same, and tighten this in till it's tight. There you go. I should be fine for this gauge wire now. Still difficult to get off though. There you go. Strip back the shield here. There seems to be, I think, aluminium strands and some kind of like fibre. I'm not too sure, is that like nylon or something maybe? How long of a length? I'm not going to need like a massive length of this wire. Okay, that's also interesting to see. The wires are also twisted pairs inside of here. I'm guessing again for like signal interference and stuff, which is quite interesting. I could probably show you on the microscope quickly, just in case anybody is interested in the wires inside of the headset. You can see. Looks like Christmas in there with the green and red twisted pair. You can probably pick up some of the aluminium strands within there as well. So that's cool. Let's move that light a bit. Me too, now I'm afraid to rip my teeth out if I do that. Yeah, as you get expensive, you're just like, yeah, it'll be me who has to go and pay for like dental work if I do that. It's different when you're younger. Do I strip a little bit more off the... I think I will. Just so we've got a little bit of extra length. Hopefully we can pull this off here. So this one is way more difficult. I should have cut this back first. Can wrap copper tape around it to shield it. Do the pins line up on the two boards? If so, you can connect with headers. I did not even think of that, to be honest. It's a good idea, especially because I do have... Oh, when somebody was asking about like jumpers and stuff earlier, were they on about these things? If so, yeah, I've got them right here. I was probably just being stupid. I think I've got some other ones as well. A smaller pair here. Ah, okay, those. Yeah, I probably should have a look, to be honest. Rather than having to run wires and stuff, that would be a much better idea. So we'll put this wire to the side for a second, I guess. And we'll have a look. I totally forgot to clean this board up while it was hot. It is looking mucky. Yeah, Sam was supposed to get it, yep. Let me just quickly clean this board up. This is just completely covered in flux. I've let it cool down completely. It's not difficult to remove, it's just a little bit tedious. Luckily none of the flux is burned. Shielding paint. Let's have a look. I think they use copper tape in guitars. Okay, I'll have to have a look. I've got 2 guitars in the other room. I could open up and have a look. So it's a nice sound when you hear them being nice and squeaky clean. Hopefully I haven't done any damage or anything to this board by removing that. I don't think so. I think all the solder joints are fine, I think. I didn't touch any components. So, hopefully. I built View guitars, including a 3D printed one. Okay, that's crazy. I'd love to see some videos of some stuff like that. I've not heard of shielding paint, didn't know they use it, did not know that was a thing. Do now. Yeah, I'm not too sure if you did like shielding paint either, to be honest. It's cool. So these boards are kind of the same width. So I guess you could probably, apart from you'd have to run a wire because we need the 3 points. Let's have a look. I think it's the 3.3 volts here to power into the VCC on here, which is the other side. But the other ones might line up, to be honest. Let's go back and have a look what ones we actually need. That was a really good idea, James. Okay, so we need 26. Let me unplug this. I'm just worried about shorting anything. Grab this here. So we're going to need 26. I'm assuming I can connect other pins, and it's not going to matter as long as they're not assigned. They shouldn't do anything, I think, but I'm not 100% on that. So we need 25 and 26. Ah, no, 22 is up on this side though, sadly. We can jump at 2 of them though. But they would be the ones carrying the I2 signal. So I'm not too sure what would be best. We can cut this. Let's have a look. 1, 2. Okay, that just went flying. But luckily, I can see where it's landed. Now we have a 2-pin one. On the ESP, you might be able to program to different pins. Yeah, I'll have to check if I can use... I'm still going to have to do the 3.3 on the ground. But I might be able to use a different one for data rather than 22. Let's have a look. Yeah, it looks like in the code here I have data drive is being assigned to 22, so I can assign it to another one, most probably. Let's have a look at the back on here. 22 happens to be LEC. I'm not too sure if that is important or not. It might be. So I'm not too sure what would be best, to be honest. But I know we need 25 and 26 on here. Which would line up with 2 of the things we need. Let's have a look what the things I need were. BCK and LRCK. They are not next to each other on the board though, so they don't seem to line up, which is a shame. But I don't know where the 2. Still try to jump 1 or 2 of them, just so I can use it as a riser to keep the board separated, and then just solder my rest of my wires where I need to. So I might look at just doing that. But that would only be on the one side though, sadly. Where are the audio input pins on the other board? On this one, on the dark board, they are here. I think I need, let's go back and have a look. I need BCK, which is right there. Let's go into the microscope. One moment. Microscope only. Bring this board into view if I can. One moment, let me just quickly focus. I'll put the 2 boards next to each other, might be easier. Are they both in view? Yeah. So, according to ChatGPT, it reckons this seems correct as well, because I've seen the same information elsewhere on like forums and guides and stuff. GPIO 26 on here, and GPIO 25, so these 2 need to go into 26 into BCK here. So use the pointy end of this into BCK here, and then 25 needs to go into, I think this one here, it says LRCK, so I'm assuming that is this one here. This is going to be DIN, yes, a data in. This needs to go over to 22, it's saying. But I might be able to assign it to different ones, I'm not too sure. I do know that if I'm using directly out from here, I need to use this because that's for the dark. But if I'm using this as the dark, I'm assuming I'm sending an I squared S signal. So maybe I can configure it differently to have all 3 in a row. I'm not too sure. I'll have to check, to be honest. Because if I can configure them the other way around. then that would be better for me if I could have this, and this. Let's have a look. I'm just going to quickly check if this can be done. Do you have breakout boards, test housing and jumpers? No, I do not, sadly. I have been looking at getting some breadboards and stuff like that, breakout boards, but at the moment I do not have any. And the same on like components and stuff for like any filtering I might need doing. I don't have any because I haven't been able to figure out like what the best kind of ones would be. I don't really want to be spending a fortune on them. So I can map it anywhere I want to. Apparently with different GPIO, I just need to change the pin numbers in the code. And apparently this PCM 5102 doesn't care which ESP pins I use, only cares the signals arrive on the correct pins relative to each other, which is good to know. So we just need to change part of the code when assigning the pins, from what I can tell. But I can't change the 3.3 and the voltage, I don't think, though. So that is going to be the only issue, but we could have one jumper on here. Well, a 3-row jumper. So let me cut one of these into 3 and hope that this one doesn't yeet into another dimension. I'll just quickly put my hand over this before I cut it, because the last one went flying. Jeez, I felt the force on that thing. Okay, so we've got 2 lots of 3 now, and a 2 that we can potentially use. So I just pick up a tweezers. So we will solder these together. Can I push these down at all? Or are they set at that height? I think they're set at that height, okay. So I'm going to double check which GPIO pins. 2714. Use. Let's have a look. 33, 25, 26 maybe? 33, 25, 26 is what I want to use, I think. I don't think these are lining up how I need them to still with the code I've got. So let's just plug this in and then have a look what I need them to correlate to. So I would keep the boards separated. It's not ideal. It was probably put a hot glue under there to reinforce this thing. At the moment we've got, oh, I can't even see the numbers from this side now. That's the only issue. So, BCK, oh, just dropped that completely. What is that background noise? My bad, let me turn that off. That is the fan, sorry. Yeah, extractor fan. Yes, ridiculously noisy. I need to get some kind of like noise cancellation software maybe or something like that to look into. Let's have a look. So I need 26, but that won't be going to 26. But I can just remap that in the code, I think. Let me just check if this particular configuration is going to work. So, $33 BCK. Okay. Let's just double check. I can do it in this order. 25 to DIN, 25 to DIN, and LCK to 26. So hopefully this configuration will work. If so, I'll just solder these together then. Okay, yes, apparently that shouldn't be an issue. So I'll solder these two together. I'm assuming it's better to solder one board first and then the other. So have you got any recommendations on holding this? I suppose like blue tack or something would be good, but I don't think I have any. Just try to keep it like nice and flush while I solder it. Well, I say flush, like straight. We'll just try like that, see how it goes. Let's have a look. I would use a breadboard to hold that jumper. Ah, okay. Yeah, good idea. Yeah, I guess that's where a breadboard comes in handy again, I guess. Don't have one, sadly. So let's see if we can just solder one of these on quickly. Guess we got one of the legs soldered on there. Yeah, that looks straight as well, to be honest. I think we got lucky there. Okay, I think that's fine. Do you have a socket type pin so you can unplug the board at any time? I do not know, to be honest. I'll have a little look in the box I've got now. I think the solder joints are looking okay there. Let's give them a quick clean. Because that'd be a good idea, because I was literally thinking it might be better to use wires, because if I ever need to remove it for debugging, I could. As opposed to trying to remove these jumper pins. Okay, that's looking clean now. I'll have a little look in this box I've got now. One moment, let me switch to the top down. If I had some, I might have some in here maybe. Have to clear a bunch of stuff to have room to look though. Just bear with me 2 seconds. Just chuck everything up to the one side. Okay, hopefully that should be enough room. Let's have a look. We just got like lots of random stuff in here. Like more jumper wire than I'd ever possibly need. Like I just be doing trace repairs like 24/7 some sort of some ridiculous heat shrink. Don't think I'm seeing anything here, to be honest. One more cable here, actually, white cable. $1 mil. Hand files. I'm not seeing. Let me have a look at the box I've got. If you fit socket on the other side, you can just pull them apart easy. Yeah, I know, that's what I'm hoping I can find. I might have some here, to be honest. So I'm just quickly looking, just to see. I don't know if there's going to be any here, I'm hoping. I'm not too sure if I looked in here earlier. Oh, is this one on the end of here? One of these. And them jumpers are better because they're like split. So yeah, I guess I'll just desolder this off here quickly. Hopefully without completely melting it. We'll see, unless I've got another one around here. I do not see anything in that box. So hopefully we can salvage this one. So have a look if we can salvage this one off here. I didn't put the chips back. So, okay, so we're going to have to try and salvage this. Let's grab a helping hand for a second. So this thing doesn't move around all over the place. Tweezers. Here. A little bit of flux. A little bit of leaded solder to get us going and see how this goes. Okay, hopefully I'll put some solder into there. It's at a really awkward angle for me to solder as well. Okay, let's try it this way. Hopefully this works without melting the plastic connector, because I've melted connectors like this in the past before. Okay, that came off okay. But in the past when I've done stuff I haven't had like decent flex, I've probably been using flex and stuff. And I was using a conical tip. Yeah, that came off surprisingly fast and surprisingly well. Just need to clean this thing now. There's a little bit of solder on the leg here, on one of them, so I'm just going to quickly, there you go, take that off with the tip of my iron. And that is looking okay, so I'll clean that, because we've got a little bit of flux on there now. It's isopropyl alcohol, I think mine either used it all or it's evaporated. It will evaporate fairly fast in this room because I've been running a dehumidifier. So the air is going to be at a lower saturation. But I like to run one every now and again just to make sure nothing even though it's indoors. You don't get any build up or rust because I tend to leave parts just lying around. Okay, hopefully that's clean. So now we need to find our board. So we put it on one side. That'll be this one here. And we will stick that in there. So then we should be able to, as James said, easily connect and disconnect these two boards. But that does take up a lot more room that we might not have. That might be the only small issue. We'll see. It is going to be fairly small, but that's still a significant amount of space that we might not be able to afford. It might have to be a lot closer, like if we'd done them board to board as they were. That would significantly reduce the space. And we could also look at removing that JST connector for the battery. So I'm not too sure, but for now, I think we will use the jumper for testing purposes and stuff. And if it all seems to function well and we don't have the room, we can always just desolder this. I will just solder the 3 pins if I need to make it easier to remove when I need to. So let's check that in there. And pop that down, try to see if I can get it. No, apparently I can't get that quite level because the, what's it called? The JST connector's in the way. So can I prop this up a bit? Popping it on top of something. Maybe this would work better, it's a bit flatter and squarer. No, that's too much of an angle. I'm just going to have to hold it while I secure the one side on, I think, with some solder. Okay, so try and get that flat. And just get a little bit of solder in there. Jeez, I felt that heat transferred to the top there. So we've got one leg on and it's straight. So we can just solder the rest on now. That's no problem at all. I guess I could switch to the top down. Not the top down, sorry, the microscope for the soldering part. Let's have a look. So it's not the prettiest solder joint we just done there, but it's practical for a second until we add the rest of the solder on the pins we need. So we're just going to do 3 of them, I think. Which ones was I going to do? 33, 25, and 26. So the top 3. So let's quickly solder these top 3 on here. Where are they? There and there, okay. Okay, should be them soldered. That flowed really nicely onto this board. I'm used to the board taking out, like absorbing a lot more heat, making it more difficult. Oh wait, they are. They're okay. I can see a little bit of the pad still. Oh, that is not perfectly flat on this one side though, just noticed. I could quickly push down and put a little bit of heat on the iron. There you go, that's just clicked into place. It's nice and flat now. And them joints are looking okay enough for this, because I do plan to remove them, so I don't add a lot of solder. But that should be more than adequate, I think. Can we get in between them legs with this? I don't think we can, to be honest. This is where the brush comes in handy. There you go. They're looking okay, I think. So now, these two bolts, they should easily just connect together. Moment of truth. Oh. Okay, so one small issue. I think these pins, I don't think I connected these two together before I tested it. It seems to be a very tight fit. I think these pins are thicker than these other ones maybe. So I might just have to do a quick swap. Let's test. Yeah. So we're gonna have to quickly remove this one. Yeah, like grab the PCB holder for this to make it a bit easier. We'll have to quickly yank this one out. Put a bit of flex on there to make my life a bit easier. Hopefully this comes out nice and easy. Yep, there you go. I've got to try and get this other one in here. This is going to be the fun part. Can I get this in here? Cannot see what I'm doing, that is the issue. Cannot see where I'm lining up to. So I need to line that up like this roughly. It's no help, I cannot see what I'm doing at all. Maybe I should wick out them holes. Yeah, I'm going to wick them out, I think. Yeah, they're not the same. Yeah, sadly. I'm going to have to clear these holes out quickly, I think. I think I might just use the solder sucker to quickly clean them out there. Just save wasting time on work. So I should be able to just lift this up and clear these out, hopefully. Let's have a look. Put that on the back there. Get a little bit of heat into there. That's clear. What's the next one? That's clear. think that one is, yeah. I'm not too sure if the one below it is soldered or not, but I'm going to clear just in case. So they should all be clear now. Hopefully. Yeah, I think they're clear. Now I need to find that brass one that we've got, which fits, which is this one. Yep, that definitely fits. Which I probably should have checked before we soldered the other one. I need them there. Yeah, that's fitted in fine. So now we just need to solder this one instead. Let's have a look. Get some solder on my iron. Maybe a bit more solder on my, yeah, that's enough. Can we get this flat? Sounds a little bit more patchy. That should be okay though. Okay, I need this. I'm going to solder on my tip, or it's just not feeding, I don't know. Okay, I think that's on there and straight. Start solder to the rest of them. Yeah, that's okay. Okay, hopefully this works this time. Let's get the pressure on there. Have a look at them soldering joints. Yeah, they look okay, I think. No, one of them does not look okay. This last one here. This last one's just being really janky. Doesn't want to. Just seems to be swallowing solid, that one does. This is enough on there now. Is that PCB pink? Yes, it is pink. Pink PCB. Yeah, that should be okay. One of these pins is slightly bent. Oh my god, it takes a considerable amount of force to bend one of them pins. Pink PCB is good. The only thing is, does this need to be a certain, I don't think it needs to be a certain way up. I think that should be fine. Oh wait, no, because I did want to do it the other way, didn't I? I think I've soldered this thing upside down. Because I think I wanted the connectors to be this way around and not this way around. Because the way I've got it coated is going to be, yeah. Guess I'm an idiot. I guess I need to quickly pop this out and resolder it again for the millionth time. So if anybody else ever does this, make sure to not make the same mistake that I just did. Because trying to remove these things is an absolute nightmare. Can we get this removed easily? Let's have a look. Can we do it without getting a mouthful of smoke? That would be perfect. There you go. So you just had to remove that again. And we're going to have to clear out these holes again. Oh, because I'm an idiot. Let's remove it from the back side and heat from the front. Because I think I've got more solder on them sides. This stand is just wobbling all over the place. It's super sketchy. Good solder practice, yeah. I'll be an expert by the time I'm done with this, the amount of times I've had to desolder these things. Good desoldering practice too. Don't really use the solder sucker very often. But you can get some decent results from it. This one is only a really cheap one. The problem I hate with using this is you get little microscopic bits of solder like everywhere, and it just takes one of them stray to just like hug the side of an IC, and then you're wondering why something doesn't want to power on. So them are all cleared out again for the millionth time. This time I will try to check the correct orientation. Problem is now though, these might not fit because no, if I solder it, okay, we'll figure this out now. We'll do it the correct way this time, hopefully. So I need this down this way. This one needs to go on top, so that means these need to go in here. Like this, so I can connect it. Sorry, I don't have camera. It needs to go this way, so I can go down and connect like this. So let's try to solder these up again. Can we get some solder on our tip? Okay, that's on there. We'll just add a little bit more solder to some of these. That's probably enough. So they're all soldered up now. Very quickly, but I think the soldering job is more than okay. Yeah, that looks fine. These white brushes are absolutely great, if anybody hasn't actually tried them yet. Ooh. I think I coated that cap slightly when I was soldering. There's a tiny... stray. Okay, that should be fine now. There you go. Bending the back end of my eye and coat that capacitor slightly. This board is looking a bit furry around this area though. Hopefully that just cleans right up. I think that's okay now. Yeah, I think that's looking alright. Is that not a toothbrush? No, this one's a toothbrush. And this one is some kind of brush from AliExpress. If you can see the side-by-side difference. The amount of like bristles and teeth in this. And it's really like soft. I know Zach from Nano Fix uses these ones. He's using currently the ones with the black handle and the red. So I think our two boards are soldered up. They should be ready to use. And I was just thinking, I can't remember if I've eaten it all today yet. I'm feeling quite hungry. So, yeah, they fit together. It's a bit big. We could always look at reducing the size. Yeah, I got the black and red YCS ones. Oh, nice. James has got them ones as well. So if MD is looking for them, search up YCS brush, I'd assume. I assume you're going from AliExpress, the same as I got these ones. A garden for cleaning boards. Don't have a garden broom in here next to me. But if you're feeling really savage and barbaric, we could possibly use this. Listen to how like strong these bristles are though. I'm scratchy. Don't really think you want to be cleaning PCBs with that. But it can be good for cleaning plastics and stuff. So, shall we test this as well? Because before plugging these batteries in, you should always check the polarity on the cable connectors, because sometimes the JST connectors are just put on any old way. Make sure it matches the correct orientation of your board. So the red one is up the top. If that's plugged in, which way would this go in? Upwards, I'd assume, like this. Yeah, okay, so that would mean our positive, which is our red wire, matches where the positive is on this board, which you can probably barely or just about see down there. Because I have had them in the past where the polarity doesn't match, and trying to remove these without like a tool and then pull them back on is a real pain. So we've got positive. We can also confirm that this is red is wired correctly to the positive, because if we go down and we can see inside of here under this Kapton tape, which is, I think this is the BMS battery management system on here. I don't know how good it is. I think it's probably just to prevent over discharge and stuff and undervolting. Yeah, we can see that P plus and B plus are right where that red wire is. And the red wire would be going to our positive on our board. Out comes the brush collection. Yeah. Where is the brush collection? Half of them are not in here at the moment, sadly. It's just a couple in there at the moment. Different ones. Two of the larger ones right now I used for cleaning the headset, which I don't know if anybody wasn't here at the start of the stream. That's collected a little bit of dust, but yeah, that came up like quite clean. I've cleaned this part, the plastics and everything. And also the ear cups as well. There is still a bit of staining on this one here, and you see where the logo's missing. That's my fault. I cleaned it and there was a tiny little stain left on it, and I decided to use some isopropyl alcohol and removed part of the logo. But we could mask and tape up a line on there and then just use a marker. So we mask off either side and then marker in that line. Then one or two little specks, they'll come off. That's just like dust and stuff. But yeah, consider how bad they looked. They are looking pretty nice now. And the same with the plastic. I'm surprised how well they came up. So let's plug in our lithium battery and hope nothing goes boom. Well, nothing's gone boom, but also nothing. I don't think it's anything. I don't think anything's powered up, because I cannot see a LED on this board, which is up here. But this battery could be dead, because normally I swear they ship them with like roughly about half capacity. So I guess we can just test this with the multimeter on here very carefully. Voltage DC. I'm going to be very careful not to touch these two probes together when I'm doing this. So we will come from opposite sides of the board. Poke this very carefully. I'm getting 3.7 volts. So that battery is fully charged, I'd assume. Or at least not undercharged. It's 3.7 is enough for it to function and work. I can't remember what a fully charged battery would be coming at. So I cannot remember if we should have a LED indicator or anything on here. Maybe if I try clicking this reset switch here, and we'll see if the LED indicator comes on or anything. Doesn't seem to be anything. Definitely got power coming in. 4.2 would be full. Okay, thank you, Squish. I'm not too sure if this is actually like on, to be honest. We've plugged the battery in. I would expect it to see like an LED indicator light. The same way. Come on. Shit, this thing's tight. There you go. The same way I do when I plug in the USB, micro USB, I think this one is. Oh well, no, I didn't get a light coming on that either now. Oh no, wait, the light flashing is underneath the board, right there. There you go, you can see that. I don't know if that light only flashes when it's plugged in via the thing. We have got this that we can test with for the power draw and stuff, just to make sure it's how much it's drawing. When I was drawing 110, I think, earlier, with just the one board. Which way around does this need to go? This way, I think. This needs to go upwards. This into here. Okay, so again about the same power draw here. I flip over to the microscope only, so you can have a bit of a better look here. And that's with the two boards here. We're getting 114 milliamps right now. Yeah, which is quite a lot, but we can reduce this like significantly by turning Wi-Fi off and a couple of other tweaks. But obviously this is not currently driving a speaker, and our battery is only 500 milliamp hour. So we would at the moment get about maybe 4.5 hours, but that's without it driving any speakers currently. So we need to get a speaker. Yeah, 4 hours is not great. And battery is much larger than I thought. Because earlier we done a dry fit, but these two boards were literally sandwiched together without any space in between them. Unless, oh, is this safe and recommended to put this lithium battery in between these two boards? If I put like, I don't know, some foam or something in between them, I don't know if that's safe, but that would reduce room rather than having to put it under. Might put some hot glue over these connectors as well, just so they don't stab into the battery or anything. But earlier we did manage to fit this, and the battery and close the headset. Don't know how much time you normally get with wireless headsets. I'm not too sure either, to be honest. But I think the recommended for this kind of setup would probably be about 1,000, and I know like newer ones. Kapton tape around the battery. Yeah, I could do. I'm not too sure where my Kapton tape is at this exact moment. Somewhere. We might have to have a little look for that. I see sellotape, but I don't think. Oh no, wait, I've got it, but I've only got a really thin Kapton tape at the moment. I might need like a couple of wines of this. So first, I want to try and wire up now. I'm assuming I need to wire to the L, G, and R now into our speakers, and then try to flash the code and everything to this. So we've got a benchmark for the current power draw as well, so we can reference that against any modifications and tweaks we do, and also see once we get sound. Yeah, you can get thicker ones. I bought a bunch of different diameters, but I'm not too sure where they are at the moment, sadly. So we'll have to try to find those. So let's just clear some space quickly. We don't need this, but we are going to need the speakers, and we are going to need some of that wire we stripped down earlier, I guess, so we can actually wire 2 of these. Surprising how fast this thing gets dirty. So let me just double check the wire in here. What is the board? It's the PCM 510202. I'm assuming it's going to be these here, but I'm just going to double check. Yes, I just need to wire my speakers like that. Okay. So for now, we'll just check just a little length of cable. I know with the ESP32, it's recommended you keep any data carrier lines under 10 centimeter because of voltage drop over the length. But like, that is not 10, so maybe that's 10 centimeters. I've got a calipers here. I could just have a look what 10 centimeters is, couldn't I? Let's have a look. Centimeters is going to be 100 mil. Oh wait, yeah, it's literally the length of that thing. So our entire wire is roughly about that length. As long as we keep it under that length, we should be okay. So I will use these green and thing wires. Let's have a look what wires we can separate out here. This is tangled chaos at the moment because they're twisted. Can I just untwist them easily, or is it going to be a pain? A bit of a pain. Cannot quite tell what's going on with these wires, to be honest. Oh wait, I know. It's because I only had, I don't know, this one's confusing me. This, I'm assuming they're all insulated. I think I only cut off one of the wires. Okay, so I'll just cut this one here. I was looking for the red one, but I think I only cut off one of the Y sections on that cable. I'll have a quick look. No, I cut off both, I think. Yeah, I cut off both. Okay, the other half is over here, and this is the one with the red cable in. That's what I was looking for. I was going to use, I don't know if it's the correct way around. I was going to use the red cable for the right-hand side, just because of the letter R, because I thought it'd be easier for me to remember. I don't know if there's like a industry standard for doing this. For like color coding for left and right cables. Just strip this back a bit more, so we've got a bit more cable here. I'm thinking that should be enough wire there. So we have a green wire, one ground, and let's grab another ground here, two grounds, and a red and a green wire now. We're going to need to tin the ends of these up. Well, one end of this is tinned already, but these are enamel coated wires. So I'm just going to wait for this to heat up quickly. Let's see how this actually fits in here now, because I feel like this might be a little bit tall now. This goes in there like that. It's pushing the limits of about what we can fit in there, to be honest. I think I could still close that though, potentially, but that's without the battery in there. So if we done this configuration, or I guess if we can fit the battery in between the two boards, then that's perfect. We can do it all in 1 year. We are gonna have to run a wire up and over at some point still though. We'll do one step at a time. So this iron is heated up now. Get a whole bunch of solder on my tip. That should be okay. We'll see if we can get some solder to take to the ends. This one's already tinned, but I'm just going to quickly add a little bit more. If we can. That should be okay. The other side is not. So hopefully we can just burn away some of the coating and get some solder to take to the end of these. That is looking okay. I think. I'm not too sure. Might need a little bit more. It's quite difficult to tell. We can tell with the multimeter, I guess. For test now with that multimeter on both ends of this cable, we will know if we have actually tinned both ends properly. Just trying to get this to lay flat, that's the issue there. Yep. So that cable is fine there. So we'll put this one to the side quickly and we'll quickly do the rest of the same to the rest of the cables. Okay, we've got some on that one definitely. That one is already tinned by the look of it. I'm pretty sure this one is now. Make sure this all the way around, just spinning this around. Seems to help rather than just burning off on the one side. To give the thing a spin. Okay, that seems to be soldered nicely. This one's already got some solder on. We'll just add a little bit more to be sure. Now we just got one more wire to do now, the red one. So we'll clean our tip and add some more solder. That's better. And we'll try this last wire here. Definitely need more solder on there for this one. Okay, that is taken. That's okay. Okay, we'll do a quick test on our wires just to make sure before I wire everything up and then wonder why nothing's working. So we'll test the ends of all our wires. So the green one is good. We'll check the red one. That is good. That ground one there is good. Oh, my eye is burning for some reason. I don't know if there's like some smoke or something that goes into it. This one I might not be happy with. I need to just do a little bit more on the end of this. I can see some there. Yeah, we'll do that one a bit again, I think. It might have just been a bit one-sided. So I've got some more solder on here now. I'm going to quickly just put that in there and rotate it around. Just trying to do it slowly is the hard thing. This wire wants to spin really fast. Need more solder. Big blob helps. That's okay, but I don't know, it's not as good as I'd like. Just do a little bit of pressure there so I can scrape some of this off. I think that's a bit better. Just doesn't seem to be coating on all the sides like I'd like it. Okay, that should be okay, I think. Let's try a bit more solder. That should be okay now, I think. Let's quickly test it. Yep, that's okay now. Definitely good enough exposed on either end. Luckily we marked our speakers yesterday, so we know which one the ground needs to be wired into. So we'll quickly wire ground onto each of these. Where I've placed this battle lac dot conveniently. Okay, there you go. Just didn't want to stick for a second then. Yeah, so that's the ground on this one and the ground on this other one. So we need this cable here. Solder this one across. Try to make sure that's actually down. Okay, that should be okay. Now we need our other wires. Not the neatest job for now. I can always come back with some flex if needed. This solder is staying liquidy for a long time on you. No flax solder. I think I said flax is staying liquidy. With the solder staying liquidy. Okay, so that's our sketchy wiring. Can these reach the board? That's the question. Hopefully. So we're going to need to just tin up these pads here now, I guess, on this top board. So we'll quickly do that. Ready to rock and roll, and yeah, hopefully. Because I might have to take a quick break as well to just eat and stuff. And then continue the stream. Maybe like an hour or something at most. But I want to see if I can get this running first. Okay, that should be enough solder there. Okay, so we've got left and right. I said I wanted to use green for left and right, and I didn't pay any attention to the colours I was wiring. It's not the end of the world. like the speakers are marked on the back, which one's left and which one's right. So we'll take this red wire, which is now left. We will tell you what I'll do first, because the grounds are going to be more difficult. I get both of these grounds in first, because I've got a 2 onto the same pad. So I'm going to have to grab both of them together and do it. Okay. That should be on there, hopefully. So now we want to attach the left, which you can probably see is indicated right there on the speaker. We'll solder that one in here. Is why I don't know if it's just because the board's small and it absorbs more heat, but I'm used to the solder going solid a lot faster. I want to hold the wire for longer than I'm used to, for the solder to set in place. So that's all our wiring done, I think. So we've got 2 speakers, we've got the board, battery. We're going to have to plug this in USB now. Try to flash some code to it and see how this goes. Let's move this cable and flip this around. I haven't checked if it's if the board's showing up in the Arduino IDE or anything yet either. So that is our little janky wiring for now. We can plug in. Okay, we need the adapter. So I just hear that boom, boom, boom for the computer. Yo, what's going on for Fortifix? How's things? We're slowly making progress. I'm just going to quickly wrap this lead around something on my desk so it doesn't. There you go. It seems to be just why it just wants to like pull at these cables, so that should hopefully be okay. I've currently run out of room a second. I'm going to have to check some of these like 10 million cotton buds we've accumulated this stream from all the soldering and desoldering I've had to do. Jeez, this is just determined to okay, you want to be upside down, stay upside down. Oh, have I really just ripped a wire off there as well? It was determined to break that thing, wasn't it? Well, I guess the soldering job on that wasn't good enough if it's come off. We'll just resolder that now. Okay, hopefully I should have room to be able to move my mouse. I don't have 20 million things in the way, cotton buds. We're going to have to resolder this wire again. Apparently I didn't do a good enough job soldering that one because it's just come off. That should hopefully be on there okay now. Let me re-angle that though, because I don't know if any of the coating that's come off further up is touching something else on the board I don't want it to. Oh, now we've just removed it completely, okay. Can't we just get this to just tag on here? No move, that would be ideal. Oh, there goes the needy bloody multimeter again. Okay, that's definitely on there now. So as far as I can tell, everything is wired up. Maybe I should flip them the other way so they're not all upside down now. Let's see if we can attempt this without breaking anything. Can we flip this over? And separate these wires out. Okay, so we've got that in there now. Okay, now I need to figure out, now I've got this Arduino IDE with the code. Oh my days. Okay, just quickly grab the code again. Okay, apparently this simple bit of code here should be enough. So if I switch over to the Arduino IDE, we did have this code earlier, but we should now be able to just use this. Hopefully. This should configure the codes. I don't know if I need to include these, so I will include them just in case. And we will change the name here from this example code to, is it Turtle Beach, isn't it? Oh, what if I went down into here? Turtle, I like turtles. Turtle Beach headphones, we'll call them. So we've got that. Okay, so I'm just going to double check how to flash this to here. Oh yeah, I've got to do it via the COM port. Yo, what's going on, Andy? Where did you come from? It's not my address, it's the seller from eBay. Where's that? What did I miss? What is he on about his address? I'm confused. You've confused me there, Andy, with the address thing. Wrong stream. Ah, okay. Yo, what's going on, Andy? Guys, what's your advice on Hall effect sticks for PS5? I should replace them never did. The K-Silver good. K-Silver are okay. Like the legs and a decent length on them, so you're not going to have any issues soldering them. And they function and work good, but the quality assurance or quality checking on them can be a bit hit or miss. So you're not always going to get a good stick. You can get a bad stick now and again. I've used the Jinvols, the new ones and the ones before. The ones before are the ones with the clear, like semi-transparent potentiometers. But the legs on them are shorter, so a little bit harder to solder. I'm not too sure if the PCB on the PS5 controller is a little bit thinner. If it is, then you won't have any issue at all. It's hard to multi-watch. And he's just trying to give support to everybody. It's much appreciated though. Okay, so I need to put my code in. So I've got the board. I've got the dev modules connected. So I need to select the USB port now. So I need to go to tools and port apparently in here. So if I go to tools, no, that is not in here. The Arduino tools, I get into port, and I'm pretty sure it is COM3. But the way we can check is we can go to device manager, Oh, apparently I need to do a driver update for my DJI Mini as well. We're looking for ports and a COM and LPT. And I'm assuming it is COM3 because it's USB serial and it's using CH340. But if we unplug it and it disappears, we'll know it's definitely that communication port. Yeah, so just unplug that. And the communication port 3 has disappeared, so we know that is on COM3. So we can go to tools, port, and we want to communicate on that one. So that's that step done. I've installed that library that we need, so now apparently I just need to compile the code. So how do I now compile this code onto the ESP? Verify and compile, I'd assume. No? Configure and upload. Okay, let's verify and compile first. No board selected. Please select your Arduino from Tools, Tools menu. Okay, so Tools, board. We need to select our board. Which I cannot see in here. I'm sure I added the ESP32 into here, but I might not have. Boards manager. ESP32 boards. Let's install that. I'm just going to switch back to OBS quickly to have a look. You need to select COM port and verify and complete. Oh, okay, thank you. I'll try to do that in a second now. Did you see the new software for XDM multimeter photo? Okay, yeah, I still have to try and get all the multimeters that shows on the screen and stuff. Yeah, Ginful. Yeah, I'll show you some of the Ginful ones I've got there, the ones I've been using for Xbox. But I've had decent quality, decent results with them all. So, as I said, the only criticism I've had is just the leg lengths. But they're the older ones with the semi-transparent, and then they're the new ones. And they're completely opaque. These ones are for Xbox, but they do them for the PlayStation too. I've used K-Silvers too, but they've been hit or miss. I haven't had any issues with them ones. The K-Silver ones are a little bit cheaper though. And I haven't had any issues with good old classic Alps ones. Obviously these are not TMR or Hall Effect. These are just standard, I don't know what you'd call them, just the standard potentiometers. They use a carbon film potentiometer, and we also do have loads of potentiometers as well, because you can never have too many. Swapping a potentiometer is so much easier. Okay, let's have a look now at the Arduino IDE again. And downloading packages. Okay, apparently we're still processing the Arduino 32 boards. Hopefully that shouldn't take too much longer. I'm going to quickly put the lid on my isopropyl alcohol as well, because it's sitting right on the edge of the desk. It's just asking to be hit over. Okay, this is taking a minute to download and process all of this. So hopefully it doesn't take too much longer. I thought I'd already done all of this, but apparently not. You need to select tools. What do you mean by tools? Sorry, TFN. So I need to go to tools here and pick something. I don't think I'd be able to pick my particular board yet until I finish installing these. Down the bottom here. I don't know if you can see under the output, but it was configuring the tool. Okay, something's installing now. One moment. Just installing some drivers apparently. Okay, there you go. This should work now, I think. I've just installed that. Let's have a look. Boards, ESP32. I've only got Nano showing now. I should have a full list, should I not? The board manager, tools, board manager. I thought I just installed that one. So I'm a bit confused there. Oh wait, ESP is what's continuous pass. Okay, that's only the Nano included in that one, apparently. So I need to find one. Does anybody know where I would find the one for the... If I just type in ESP32 here. Ah, okay, I need this one here, I assume, by Expressive Systems. Apparently this one's only the Nano. So let me just quickly install this package. Or this board manager, sorry. Next to compile and verify your select board. Yes, I can't, sadly I can't select the board that I'm using yet because I don't have that board installed on the board managers. So I'm just going to quickly install that on the board managers before I'm able to verify and compile. So that is going to take a minute. So while that's taking a minute, I will switch over to the overhead cam, I think. I do need to like clean up some of this adhesive at some point once we've confirmed it's working and get the longer wires. But I'm hoping this is going to output some decent high quality audio. Anybody who missed it earlier on the stream as well, we do have this thing, which apparently is meant to be like the equivalent of both of these combined, just in one tiny little chip. But it's Bluetooth 4.0. This one should be 5.0. I'm not too sure if it's like 5 point something, but it's using at least USB 5.0. And this one apparently has also got key, mute, VCC, ground left and right on here as well. So that's pretty cool. I'm not sure what key does though, to be honest. I hate Arduino IDE, to be honest. The new one that is, old one was more straightforward. Okay, it's the first time I've ever used the IDE. I've used, I don't know if it's called, I forgot what it's called now. VS Virtual. I think it's made by like Microsoft. I forgot what it's called, VS Code or something. I forgot what the IDE I was using before was. I could probably have a look on Google. Yeah, VS Code says Visual Studio Code. So I'm assuming that's the one. I was using VS Code. Yes, I was using Visual Studio before. Yeah. But I was actually awful at writing code and stuff. Luckily, I can read a bit of the code, so at least like I can kind of understand. But I'm hoping ChatGPT is going to be better at this type of code. I think it's like C plus or C sharp maybe. I'm not too sure. I think I can use Python for the ESPs, but I'm not 100% on any of that because my coding knowledge is very, very limited. Let's have a quick look on this ID and see. This still currently processing. I don't know why it takes so long to install these things. But this one, we could potentially, once I know this is working, wire one of these boards up and have a look as well. Or maybe tonight after I've had some food because I'm getting very hungry. I haven't had a look what chip this is actually using either on here. I guess I could open this up, but we'll wait for this to install. Look under the microscope, and we can have a look what I see this is using. Let's move these headphones to the side quickly. Yeah, you should be able to see that up with it. Let's open this bad boy up and have a look. Okay. Is this in focus? No, it is not. Okay. Shine some lights on you so we can make that a bit more clear. Up to 5 minutes, it installs a few different board types. Oh yeah, this one is, it took a while to install the last one. Apparently that was one board type. I think this is like a lot of board types. I can't quite make out, there you go. So I'm not too sure if anybody is familiar with this chip or knows what one it is. AF250142807 hyphen 65A4. But this is a Bluetooth antenna. I think this is for audio because I always see them on audio things. You can see capacitor, resistor, etc. Some unoccupied pads. I think that's an LED there. One of the legs on that does not look great, does it? Or was it meant to? No, I think that's actually part of the board. That is strange. Maybe this particular leg is not used on this, because I don't think there's a pad on that one or anything. You stream from the same PC, so CPU is already being taxed a bit. Yeah, I am, but the CPU is only running at like 8.7% utilization, so it's no problem. My internet frame rate and stuff is not the best. I think that's my signal. I'm getting drop frames 8.4% and one red one bar at the bottom on OBS. I might get an additional Ethernet cable and run it out here, to be honest, because I have my other workstation that's got Ethernet going to it. I got like a nice StarTech one. Oh, I can only see the fibers coming apart on this board too, where it's been snapped from the other one. That is what your PCB is made of, and some resin and copper. I think prob is an MCU, and that silver thing is prob or crystal used for the MCU. Ah, okay, so that'd be like a quartz crystal or something then, and it's used for like timing, for like a clock. Yeah, I've seen your video. It looks really cool. I'm playing with how. Okay, you're talking to James. Sorry. Let's have a little Google quickly to see if I can find any information on this chip that this uses. So it is a. If I flip it the right way up, angle so we can see it. AF. 250142807-65A4. 0 results apparently, which is awfully strange. Is that a C? That's a C, is it not a 0? Let me try a C instead of 0. I think I typed that incorrectly. C. It's still 0 results. That's strange. I've never seen an IC where with markings, you don't get any results. Like it's got a brand on there, I'm assuming, as well as the marking of the chip and also the chip orientation. I'm assuming that's for. I was saying on the board to indicate where the chip orientation should be, though. It doesn't matter. We don't particularly need to know what this chip is. It would just be nice because this is a fairly simple layout, and if it does everything, we could potentially look at designing a PCB at some point. and have everything just on the one board, you know, with a slot for the battery to fit in and everything like that. But I'd like to just get this other one done first. I know you can buy just the ESP chip on its own. Let's have a quick look. What was I looking for? The Arduino ID. Apparently that is still processing as well. I did not think it would take this long just to process them. If I knew, I would have definitely done it off camera. I thought I'd already done it, to be honest. I'm getting super peckish. I also need to nip to the shop as well before they close. Oh, did you manage to find it? I'll try copy pasting that just in case I typed it wrong. Let's have a quick look. Copy, and let's have a quick look onto Google to see if I can find that, if I typed it incorrectly. Yeah, I'm still getting nothing coming back from Googling the markings or the number on top of that chip, TFN. Which is quite strange. I don't know if you can see it anyway online or anything like that. Like on Mauser, is it? I think they're the ones that sell a lot of components and stuff. Maybe I'll have a look directly on Mauser. Let's have a look. Mauser Electronics UK. Let's have a look. Okay, do you want to listen to Wycombe? Or Wycombe? Wycombe? How do you pronounce it? Okay, so I'm just searching on Mauser quickly. It's returned me 0 results apparently on Mauser. No results, not even on Tor. Yeah, that's strange, isn't it? There's zero results for that chip. I'll see if I can ask AI, see if I can find, maybe there's like a variation or something. I'll try like a new chat. I'm trying to find AIC, but showing nothing. It's on choose. Okay, so let's have a look to see if ChatGPT can find anything. Mark can actually look exactly like the weird codes used on cheap Bluetooth audio SoCs, especially from a Chinese company, JL, which is awfully convenient because that's the exact marking that's on top of that chip in JL. They're using headphone speakers and MP3 modules. The printed code in the package does not usually match the real chip model. Okay, makes sense. For these chips, the format is often A and then X, and then it's got a bunch of obviously like placeholders. The long first part, the internal firmware, lot, mask code. The after part, the dash, is the variant of the real chip model apparently. People reverse engineer these boards and found similar markings map to Geely AC69 series Bluetooth audio chips in headphones. Your suffix strongly suggests a AC6965A4 variant. What the chip actually is. On the same family pan, it's a Bluetooth audio SoC, built-in DAC/ADC, integrated MCU and Bluetooth radio, using cheap headphones and speakers, quality QFN package with 24 to 32 pins. These chips are OEM only, making markings of firmware specific. Data sheets are not publicly indexed. That's very common with low cost Bluetooth audio chips apparently. Gemini found the same. Nice. Replacing it is usually not practical because firmware inside the chip is factory programs. You can't easily buy blank ones. Reprogram tools are proprietary. Okay. So I guess that chip is not going to be any good for a future project if we decide to try to build our own PCB. But at least we learned something about that chip and manufacturing, which I found quite interesting. As long as ChatGPT wasn't completely like gaslighting me, because you never know with that bot. Sometimes you'd be like, "Are you definitely sure?" And it's like, yeah, definitely, 100%. And you know, like, that it's just lying to you flat out. Bin. So let's have a look. That is still processing apparently. It doesn't even seem like it's, I know it is moving just ridiculously slowly. So hopefully it's not going to take very long. Let's see if it can recommend. Can you recommend a chip that does the same I can purchase? Jeez. And work with easy. Like, let's see if ChatGPT can recommend me a chip that could be an alternative we could look into, just so we've got something to do while we wait for the boards to install on the board manager on the Arduino IDE. I probably should get some food while I wait, to be honest. I just don't know how long it's going to take. It looks like it's about 75 to 80% done. I might do that, to be honest. Maybe take it'd probably be about a half an hour break. Yeah, I could probably do it in half an hour if I put my food on before I go to the shop. So that way when I get back, my food should be ready and 5 minutes to eat. It installs a few hundred different boards. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was hoping it wouldn't be too long, but it is literally going up like maybe about 1 millimeter at a time. If I show you the IDE, you should be able to see the progress down in the bottom right by there. That's currently the progress that we are on for installing these. I think it's still downloading the packages. I am not too sure, to be honest. It also might be going quite slow. Maybe because I'm taking up a lot of the internet if it is downloading stuff. Gotta go now. See you and good luck. Thank you very much, TFN Repairs, and I appreciate you popping by. Anybody who tunes in is always much appreciated, even if it's only for a shorter time. Yeah, I don't think that's going up very fast, so I might take a quick break while that downloads. At least then I will be all nice and fed and I can just carry on streaming until this is hopefully finished. As long as it doesn't run into early hours of the morning again. I just don't want to leave people bored, that's all. It is taking a little while. What I could do is quickly open up Paint. Nope. Don't think that works. Let's see if I can use Photo P. I'm just going to quickly make a AFK screen. Is Photo P still a thing? So I don't have any software on this computer right now. Photo P. Yes, apparently Photo P is still a thing. Sweet. Start using Photo P. Okay, so a new project, and I just need that will do. Create, and I just do some text. Okay, now let's try making this larger. This is the most awkward setup as well. Oh, great, I've just opened another tab. How do I transform in Photo P? Transform controls, there you go. And can I export this now from here as a PNG? Export as PNG. And save. Now go to OBS. Add a, yes, can I add an image? Yes, I can add an image. Okay. Grab this image from wherever it would be. So we can do that, and we can make this smaller. And we can chuck that down there. Yeah, thank you, James. I appreciate that. I just didn't want to leave people and then leave you guys bored. So yeah, I think I will take a break because I'm absolutely starving. I do need to catch the shop before it closes, and it closes in an hour and a half. So rather than, I guess, us sitting here waiting for this to install, take a quick half-an-hour break. I'll leave the stream on. I'll just mute the mic, and I will quickly make some food, and we will be back at 2100 hours. That is 9 o'clock GMT. I think is the same as BST. That is 31 minutes from now. So I will speak to you guys shortly. You can keep an eye on this download for me if you really want to. If anybody likes watching paint dry or things installing, I hate waiting for things to install. Like, it seems to be going fast now, but whenever I watch it, it goes slow. So we will reconvene in roughly 30 minutes. Speak to you guys shortly. I am back. And I feel much better now about food. Took me a couple of minutes longer than I thought. Sorry for keeping everybody waiting. Let's get this mic connected here. Okay. It's nothing better than a nice full stomach. I was absolutely starving before, so all I could think about was food. Just going to quickly put some music onto my headphones. I'm pulling my gloves. Oh, hi guys. Hi Cartho. Hi James. Hi Squish. Just quickly putting some gloves back on. You have something nice. It was okay. I had just some popcorn chicken and some chips. Nothing too fancy, but it was nice to have some carbs. It's giving me a little bit of energy. So yeah, feel good to go now. Hopefully this goes well and works first time. If it doesn't, then we'll keep trying, I guess. Chicken nuggets would be nice. But I didn't have any chicken nuggets. They can be hit or miss. I had some popcorn chicken, some southern fried popcorn chicken. Okay, as this finish downloading, let's have a look at OBS. I can remove this image thing now, so let's remove that one. Because I am back. We need to go to the IDE now and have a quick look. So you should now be able to go up to tools. I'm looking for to compile it. No, sketch, there you go. Verify and compile. Okay, so I have to pick the board. Board, ESP32. Okay, now which board do I have? I don't know if mine's going to be under Wemos. Oh wait, Lolin. Wemos, there you go. Wemos Lolin 32. That's the one I'm currently using. So I got to verify and compile. Fingers crossed. Compiling sketch. Oh, okay, yeah, that doesn't look good. Compilation error. IS2 pin config was not detected in the scope. Did you mean, I don't know if did I mean that? Let's have a look. So it has thrown up a bunch of errors apparently. In the file included okay, let's just copy all of this. And we will see if ChatGPT understands this any better than I do. Which is the conversation I was using. Was it this one? No, it's not that one. It must be this one. Let's have a quick look. Okay. Okay. See if we can get any results from there. Because these errors are not looking good. There's one. might be this one here. The data in. Is there referring to the data in? GPU. Okay, apparently I should have a working version of this code now, so we'll replace this. And sketch, verify and compile. See if it works this time. God damn it. Okay, let's try again, I guess. Not going well so far. I might just have to change the set part. I'm trying to set it to... I can't even see from this window. Let's have a look. Set SPP config instead. I don't know if that's... gonna work. We'll try this. Let's see if this works. If not, I'll have to look for like maybe an example code online. Okay, so no such directory now apparently. Okay. This is not going well. See if I can find a example code. I think I might actually have some example code on the Sunfounder website. Will this work? Will this not work? Okay, let's just try download this example code for a second. I'm going to try pasting this example code in and see if we get any luck with this. So this is our name right here. So we want to change this to Turtle Beach Headphones. I cannot see where any of our pins are declared though. That is the only issue with this one. I don't think this is going to work, to be honest. Okay, that's the built-in DAC this one's for as well. Never mind. I'll put the internal SIM to like US. So I've got a simple on here, but it doesn't define any of the outputs or anything. So this would be the most simple version to be able to play, but we have no pins defined there. Okay, so do you have the I don't know nothing about it, do you have that library downloaded? Yes, I'm pretty sure I've got that library installed. Only just started using this, so I can, but it should be I don't remember seeing this menu earlier. This one here, A2DB, but it is saying here audio libs. Let's find the directory. I don't think I can use this one either because I don't have this library. I'm using a different library. Yeah, that error is suggesting it can't find it. Yeah, I think it is referencing libraries I don't have. Okay, apparently I need to install another library. So I will have to figure out how to do this. So include library, and I'm looking for Arduino audio tools. So tools, sketch, no, include library, Arduino audio tools. I cannot see that. See if I can find it here. Cannot find it here either. I think I'm gonna have to find a zip and install it. Okay, so if I download this, just downloading a zip. And I'll manually install it, I guess. Yeah, I thought the first lot of code I had was going to work, and I think I jinxed myself. It's still downloading, I think. Okay, this might take a minute. I think most of my internet's been taken up by the stream, and I think that's why things are taking a while. I swear there was an example I was looking at and I didn't need all of that. A simple Arduino, Bluetooth music receiver and sender for the ESP32. And they have a example here, defining pins. This one includes audio tools H. So I guess I would need to find that one. Okay, so I'm seeing a bunch of examples here. So I've got an example here that might work, but I would need to find the library for that. This one here, so I'd need to find the Audio Tools H library, or is that the one I'm installing now? Let's have a look. It might be, we'll have a look. So if I go to include library and add a zip library, downloads, and this one here. And that is currently processing there. Library installed, okay. So is that library? Can I like click to load this, shift click or anything like that? No, I can't. So I could maybe go to the definition and maybe find it. Or if I search it up here, audio tools. Oh, what have I done now? Oh, okay, I went to the definition, I guess. It just took a minute to load. So I mean, I've got it installed, then if I can go to the definition. Maybe. Seems like I have both of these, so I think I just need to reconfigure my pins in the correct order, and hopefully this will work. So let's just change the name of this to Turtle Beach headphones. So now I need to remember what pins I'm using for what. So I can probably go back to my original code for that and have a look. What if we got them defined as? So I know my data was 25. So I can put that to 25. BCK, so BCK is going to be 33, and then I guess the other one will be 26. I think that's right. I'm just going to double check this. Hopefully this code is correct. Yeah, I started 3 years ago and I'm just seeing it now. Yeah, no worries, Sloth, and welcome. Yeah, we did take a break for like half an hour because I was like really hungry. At the moment, we're trying to do something that I am absolutely hopeless at, which is coding, basically. We think we've done all the other parts, the assembly of the bows and soldering the jumpers and stuff. So now we just need to try to see if we can get it working. Okay, so I should apparently, I think this should work. I checked out ChatGPT, it said to like make one change, but I kind of like don't trust ChatGPT, to be honest. I'm going to try without that change it specified, and if it doesn't work, then I'll try the change. So see if we can actually compile this code now. So we're going to sketch, verify and compile, compile and sketch. Please work. Come on. Fingers crossed it works this time. There are other changes we're going to have to make to this code. So it's going to get more complicated, but I just need to get a basic version working first. And I can see a bunch of red showing up, so that is not good. Not liking the look of that. I think that's a similar issue to what we had earlier, where Blue Droid HFP requires SCO/ESCO. I think it might have compiled though. Is this going to work though? That's why, because it didn't flag an error at the end, but there seems to be a bunch here. But I'm also worried that it's taking 83% of our program storage space. And if I want to add a bunch of other stuff into this, this code is going to get... How am I going to have enough room to store this? It did compile it. Okay. So does that now mean it's on the board? Or do I now have to like upload or anything? Or is this now on the board? Now I've compiled. Do you know, Cartho? I've never put like my own code onto one of these before. I've only used like WLED, which is quite straightforward. Should I be on the board? Okay. So that means I should, oh wait. Let me go and click Bluetooth. And I can't remember. It's all good, man. I'm just gonna like see if it's showing up as discoverable. I don't think anything's showing up. So it's not a good sign so far. But can I pay Bluetooth to a wireless connected with the USB as well? That is also another question. So we could just try and grab the battery and test that. I can literally not see the battery right now though, to be honest. What did I do with that battery? Yeah, because I can't see. Press upload if so. When you're compiling, if you're doing verify compile, press upload if so. Okay, let's have a look. Let's go back to the IDE, sketch, upload, compile and sketch. I'm still worried about them errors at the bottom showing up. I feel like maybe that's why we're not seeing it via Bluetooth if it did upload last time. Just because it's throwing up something to do with... Oh, okay, it seems to be writing bytes right now, which is good. bytes road compress. Okay. Hard resetting via VTS pin. Okay. So hopefully it's going to let me know once it's finished hard resetting. I'm not too sure. So at least something happened this time. So that's progress. Will it work or not is another thing. I don't know if it's going to tell me once it's finished hard reset, and I'm going to quickly see if it's showing up on Bluetooth now though. Let's have another look. Oh wait, yeah, Turtle Beach headphones. I can see Turtle Beach headphones connecting. Connected. Music. Okay. So I now need to find some kind of audio, so I will mute the desktop audio on here. No, the truth is it going to play audio? And am I going to have to, is it going to automatically output the, I think it's 44, is it kilohertz or megahertz? Like the correct frequency for the high quality audio. And is it going to output in 16-bit or I think it can do 24-bit? Because I haven't defined any of that in the code, so I'm not too sure. And we also then need to, if this does run and play music, check how much current is then drawing. And then also we need to start then looking at ways to trim down. Like first remove the Wi-Fi, like turn it off and see if there's any other things we can look at doing. I am gonna have to get a like a switch or something wired onto it and code added to put it into maybe like a deep sleep mode and wake it up from deep sleep mode. Yeah, no clue on that. There's probably some default config it will use. Okay, so let's give this a go. Okay, so I need to find some audio to play through this. So let me just quickly bring up like YouTube or something like that. And I will see if I can find just like some random copyright free audio. Copyright free music. Let's have a look. Okay, some lo-fi music here. I don't think I can hear any audio coming out of these speakers. 1 second, put them on mute. I'm not hearing any audio. Yeah, I don't think there's any audio coming out of this, which is not a good sign. Okay, so that's not a good sign. Got them knocked up, the volume's up on here. And we are getting no sound coming out of these speakers. So I will try that modification that the AI suggested to see if that makes any difference. So let's copy that, place this code, verify and compile it. Because it put a comment here saying important. But it wasn't in the example code that I found on this website, so I'm not too sure. But I'm still getting this error here. So see if we can get this error. See if we can get this error resolved. because that also could be causing the issue. You only need to press upload as it will compile, otherwise it will compile 2 times. Yeah, good point. I just wanted to see if it flagged any like errors. Yo, what's going on, Big Barber? Double check all pins match and hello all. Yes, I probably should double check I've done all the pins into the correct. So look up what the pins use, because there's a, did you power the audio board? Yes. Yeah. Oh my God, yeah. That's a good point. I'm a complete idiot. I'm so glad you said that, James. I completely forgot to solder the jumper wires to actually take the power from the ESP to the DAC. Oh, James, you are a lifesaver. Okay, so we'll switch cameras to the top down, and maybe we'll look at actually providing this board with some power. Let's find some wire. I think these will probably, yeah, oops, don't worry, it wouldn't be the first time I've done something absolutely ridiculously stupid like that. Yeah, power does help, yeah. Alright, so this. We're not going to need like much wire. I need to go from the 3 volts to the VCC on this, and from ground to ground. So let's have a look how much cable we're going to need for this. Yeah, let's not go that way. Let's go in the top way. Give it 60 volts if you want it to be loud. Okay, that's a good shout. More voltage, better. I was going to say that if anybody does want to like do something, listen, you want to make like speakers or radio or something, you would need a amp. So that one, let's just cut these one at a time. Let's cut them off this, so it's much easier. I think even better than 60 volts, just because I don't have 60 volts. We can just use like 230 volts just straight from the socket. I'll just strip down a random cable and we'll just straight into the VCC. Should be really loud then. So how long do we want this wire roughly? So we'll go from here over to the VCC. So we're going to need roughly around this much length of wire. So let's try and cut this. I don't even know what my side cutters would just be to be honest. Turns out they're behind me. 230 volts of AC directly into it. Now that I would like to see 10k from overhead power line. Jeez, James. You must really like loud music. I'll try if you're the one who wants to climb the power line and hook up the cable. I'm not feeling that brave. Let's get the soldering iron out of sleep. And tin the end of this wire too. I think James is trying to kill me, maybe. Unplug USB from this. Ah, yeah, that's probably a smart idea. Let's just unplug it all. Yeah, probably smart to unplug things before I'm soldering. Thank you, Big Baba. Okay, this is like the most awkward angle ever. Can I do this way around? Apparently, yes. They show so easy. Yeah, that's a good, yeah. They also fry if you put too much voltage into them, like this one, which I'm hoping to repair at some point soon. So now we need to get our black wire, figure out the length on this black wire. So this is going to be going from the ground I just realized the red wire, totally the wrong length. I was measuring the red from ground to VCC, but I can't just cut this one the same length. And okay, let's redo these. Hopefully if anybody else does this project, they don't make the same stupid mistakes that I make. Okay, so let's cut this one. At least we're getting some practice in on tinning, I guess. A little bit there. Should be enough. Give that a little twist. Put it in the helper buttons. Okay, that's tint. Okay, now let's redo this red wire. Only problem is, I'm probably going to have to run this up and around because I might be putting the battery in between these two boards. So this needs to go from this around here. Okay, let's strip the end of this. Maybe a tiny bit more. Tinning wise is so much easier with this new soldering tip or iron than it used to be when I used to solder. I'm actually tinning them and like not burning all the coating. It's only a cheap solder now I'm using now, but it's just surprising how the new type of soldering irons just like light years ahead of the old ones. So that's gonna have to go from where now? Or do we just do it over the top of the board? Is that just gonna be a bit janky? Oh, well, we could do it this way, I guess, around here, and under. Or do I go on the top? I don't know whether to do it from there over the top of the board or to the underside of the board. I'm too worried if I do it underside the board, it's going to interfere with the battery. But if I put it on the top, I'm worried it might interfere with the... Actually, no, it should be good because it should still be shorter than the capacitors on there and stuff. Yeah, so I'll go over the top of the board. This is going to be a little bit potchy to do with all these wires disconnected right now. Especially because I need to get to the underside of the board. Okay. Can we maybe just like balance this? Let's give it a go. Just gonna like put that there maybe to stop it falling. Yeah. Just need a little bit of solder on the back of that now. Just double check I'm soldering the right. Yeah, that's 3 volts. That did move slightly. Let's see if I can push it back in. Okay. So you've got one wire soldered. Completely forgot to tin it and trim it down first. But we'll go over there. Hopefully this can bend. Just double check beforehand. Okay, that should be okay. Maybe trim it about there, hopefully that's okay. Now the struggle begins because I'm an idiot and didn't strip it down before I soldered it in. Hopefully that's okay. Definitely like making life more difficult for myself. Okay, I think that's done. I can move these big heavy things out of the way before they fall. And hopefully we can get a tweezers and give us like a nice little bend. I might use these ones I don't use very often to do it. Where can we give us a nice right angle? There maybe? Or did I just do that a bit short? Okay, that's a lot higher than I wanted it. But I guess we can just solder and then push it down, I guess. It's not ideal. Can we get to this now? Does this one a balance? No, I'm gonna need to put this here again, I think, to hold it in place somewhat. Now wire is trying to move again. So let's push that in. I think that's that one done. So now it was just the ground, wasn't it, we need to do? Which is going to be going from here over to the ground into this. We'll do this one first. So we can get that in the hole. I don't know if I should have used some thinner wires for this. It is a bit of a pain. Okay, let's get a bit more solder on this. Because there's like none on the actual pad itself. Come on. Okay. Oh, need to not pull on things, would be a smart idea. We now need to get this into the ground here. Oh, we need to solder this one in now. I don't know how long I would have been here trying to figure this out if James hadn't have said, like, did you connect the power? I will laugh you turning on the speakers, blow off the board. God damn it, Squish. Hopefully not. I'm hoping I power it on and it all works perfectly and I get the best sound in the world. But we will see. Okay, yeah, that reminds me, I'm glad you guys said that, to be honest. Because I did have it knocked all the way up. So I'm going to have to remember to knock it back down when I plug it in now. So it's not on full. I think that should all work now, shouldn't it? We've got our power going across, our ground connected. So that's a complete power circuit for that. I'm not going to lie, some magic smoke would be entertaining. God damn it. If it does happen, you guys are going to have to get ready to clip it. Alright, fingers crossed that we don't get any magic smoke. I don't think I can manage the audio yet, can I? But there is no music playing anyway. I think I've got it on pause. Let me go and double check. So I'm not just like blasting music through it. Okay, that seems to be all muted and everything. So, fingers crossed. We're going to be plugging it in. Now's the moment of truth. If we do any magic smoke, now will be the time. Please nothing go wrong. Oh, we've got a red light on the top board. Okay. So that's good, I think. I don't know. We will see if it's good. Just trying to like wrap this cable around so it doesn't, it just wants to go everywhere. Just want you to stay there and not wander off ESP. Stay there. No. This thing's just got a mind of its own. Is that good? Green good, red usually bad. Yeah, that's a good point, to be honest. There is only one LED on there though, so maybe they just chose red. I don't know, to be honest. We will find out very shortly. We're going to go to the need flexible USB cable. Yeah, that would probably be handy. Okay, so I'm paid and connected. So I just click, I'm sorry, it's on this. I can just click connect. Dual color LED. Ah, it could be a dual color LED. Does anybody know what the red light means on this particular board? By any chance? I've connected to it. So if I go to my audio now. No alt crystal, just me. It means it's about to explode. God damn it, don't say that. So it says I'm connected here, but I cannot see it under the audio things. Okay, I'm confused now. Last time, when I went to select a playback device for my audio, I had the Bluetooth device showing up. This time, I do not see it. Oh wait, I'm not connected. I just click connect. Okay, let's try again. Connect. Connected music. Okay, this time it seems to be connected. Okay. Do I see it here this time? Yeah, okay, sweet. So mute. We'll put it up a tiny bit there. And we will see if we can get some audio playing out of it. I don't think I'm hearing anything at the moment. Let's try knocking it up a little bit louder. Okay, yeah, I'm getting zero audio coming out of these speakers for some reason. JFix has a channel now this time with the electronic replace channel. Yes, yes we do. Seem to get zero audio coming out here though. Don't forget Ace. Does anybody have any ideas? I'm assuming it's to do with this liked you. Yo, what's going on, Michael? We thought we had it all working, but it does not seem to be working. We've managed to connect. I've got audio playing on the computer. Which pins are you connected on the DAC? On the DAC I have SCL. No, I don't think I have SCL. Yeah, I do have SCL connected. SCL, BCK, DIN and LCK connected. Can we connect straight to the ESP or not, just to test? I don't think so with the way I've got the code set up. I think I need to change the code again, I think, to use the internal DAC on the ESP. But I'm not too sure. This is proving a lot more difficult than I thought it would be. We've got a little blue flashing light on the bottom board. We've got a red one up the top. One doesn't sound right. Should have clock, LR, so WS. Yeah, BCK is one of them for that, and LCK is the other one. And the data is the DIN. I can change the microscope if that helps. Microscope. See if we can move this across. So that's how we've got it set up on the board. We don't need this end one connected, so I don't think it's soldered on the bottom here. Or it might be. I just realized that I haven't actually soldered this one on the bottom. The one I actually need. Because I got confused when it was upside down. What is the model of the audio board? The DAC. I will get the name of it now. It's like PCM something or other. Let's have a look. PCM 5102. I will quickly show this in here. Window capture here. Yes, this one here. That's the chip that top board is using. If we just have a look on like Amazon, Google, you'll see one of these boards here. Pretty sure this is the same one as we're using, I think. Or is it slightly different? This one might be slightly different. I think we're using the A version. These are all the same. Neat stuff. I was just checking out the specs of the DAC. Can you zoom into the pins on the DAC? Yes, I can zoom into the pins on the DAC. Bear with me 2 seconds. Is that better? Yeah, I don't need the SCL, yeah. It's just because I had one of these jumpers we found, and it just happened to be full and I didn't trim it down. Yeah, I should have them coded the right way around as well to be defined. I can't even get to the bottom of this right now because of the cables and stuff. But I do need to solder this time here. It might just be this pin I forgot to solder. So we're now actually getting our LCK. I can remember which one the LCK is. So let's go to the top down. And I'll quickly solder. Solder needs code a second. But if I switch to the IDE as well, if I go here, we have defined our pins here. If that helps. For BCK or WS, no data. Don't 100% know what all of this means because there's like a couple of interchangeable names. I'm trying to learn when things have got like a couple of different names for the same thing. It's really confusing. But I'm just hoping the soldering this in the bottom up works. And it's just as simple as that. I can remember to disconnect this quickly and switch back to the top down. So we will unplug this. And we'll see if soldering this pin works. Okay, if this thing wants to start moving, that would be great. Okay, fingers crossed. It was as simple as that. Who knows? Well, we still have a red light on the top board. So, don't know if that's good or bad. Blue flashing light on the board underneath, red light on the top one. So let's go back into Bluetooth and reconnect to this thing. And I want to check that the music is paused. Okay, let's have a look. Connect to Bluetooth, that's what I was doing. Okay, so we're looking for Turtle Beach headphones, connect. Okay, apparently they are connected. So now we will try again, we'll check the volume and stuff. Oh no, apparently it's not connected. Bluetooth, is it connected? Because I'm not seeing it showing up in the audio thing. It done that last time. You're like, let's try disconnecting and connecting again. It's taking a minute to connect this time. Okay, that didn't work. Make sure a Bluetooth device is still discoverable. Try again. Let's try again. Connected. Okay. Seems a bit intermittent. And it is not showing up in the playback device. Something is not quite right with this. I cannot figure out what is going on. Not too sure, to be honest, what is going wrong here. Red LED is normal, I think. Okay. Is the antenna working? I have no idea either, to be honest, if the antenna is working or not. it just seems really like iffy to like connect to it. It reckons I'm connected to it, but then I cannot see it under my playback devices. So let's try removing the device. Re-add it into my Bluetooth. Bluetooth, scan for the device, see if we can find it. It's discoverable. Okay, you can see it discoverable. And it reckons we're connected. So now let's click on the playback devices. Okay, it's there now on the playback devices. But I'm really a bit iffy and wary of like how intermittent connecting it is. See if we get audio this time. I'm still not hearing any audio. I don't think I can hear any audio. No, I'm not getting any sound coming out of that either. So if I was to connect it, we're still getting zero audio playing out of these speakers. So I'm a bit confused there. We've got the volume knocked up to about 80%. I've tried all different levels. I can't figure out what we are missing to make this actually function and work now. So I'm not too sure what to do at this point, to be honest. Everything is connected as it should be, as far as I'm aware. Yeah, I've tried doing that a couple of times. Like unplugging the USB and plugging it back in. Try again though. So again, nothing coming out of the speakers though. Oh my. Yeah, speakers, I guess they'd be called. Is the pin mapping correct? Okay, it's disappeared now out of my... so I can hear audio now coming out of the TV. An advert playing. Turtle Beach, connect. Connected. But it's still not showing up under the playback device. Something really weird is going on with this device when it comes to connecting via the Bluetooth. (11°C) now. I'm hoping the pin mapping is correct. If anybody's familiar, I can show you the code we have in the IDE. Let's try connecting again. That beep is just the soldering iron. So I'm connected, but it doesn't now seem to. Can you use the audio jack input to eliminate Bluetooth? I don't have the audio jack input anymore. I desoldered it. I don't know where we put it either. We do have one here, a different one. Oh yeah, this here. Yeah, we did remove this. Sort of create some more room. I don't have anything like to plug into that, I don't think. Like a wired Yeah, I probably could plug another headset into it. Can just solder wire. Yeah, make a test cable with an old audio cable. Maybe. No, I'd need a female, wouldn't I? I guess I could solve that, but I'm not too sure. Well, I guess pins would go like that. We'll give it a go. Does anybody know if this red light is meant to be there? Just gonna clean all the flex off this port. Hopefully cleaning up, seems to be everywhere. You need to see pin numbers on the back of ESP. Okay. I can show you the pin numbers. You're going to make sure I've corresponded the right pin numbers then in the ESP to the code between the two boards. Hopefully I've defined them correctly. So let's zoom out. So this is on the DAC, and then if I can flip it over. Oh yeah, the jack is an output. So we're connected into 26, 25, and I think that's 30. We have got these boards on a jumper, so we can separate them. I think there should be enough slack on these wires. Wish me luck. If that helps. So we're connected 25, 26, 27, I think. 25, 26, 27. I think the code might be using 33. Let's have a look. 25, 26, 27. I think we're connected. Yes, we've got it wrong. We've got 33, 26, 25. So I switched to the IDE. Have a look here. I think this might be where the issue is on this code here. So I'm assuming I need to swap let's have a look. So we've got 25 and 26. This is 26. I think data, yeah, I think I've got it completely the wrong way around, I think. So 26, I think, should be data. I'm assuming LCK is going to be WS. So that should be 27, I think. And I think 25 should be BCK. I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure anybody actually knows if that's correct or not. Okay, Carthel's got the answer. Sweet. Okay, let's have a look. 27 should be LCK. 26, DIN. Let's have a look. Okay, everybody's saying different numbers here, they're confusing me. Yeah, I think 27, by the look of it, should be LCK. 26 DIN and 25 BCK. No, I need to change ID. Are we sure? Because we're not using, are we using SCL then? I thought we were using BCK, LCK and DIN on the board. That's what I'm confused about. Yeah, I'm super confused now. So if that's the code, then I'll switch back. No, just numbers are the same. Just G-fix, that's posted. Same posted back. I'm super confused now. I feel like I've got these numbers the wrong way around. Let's just try changing them in the code and seeing if that helps. So we'll try BCK, so I can see BCK right there. That'll be going into 25, I think. 25. And we can see our data is going to be one up on the bottom, that would be 26. And the other one is 27, I'd assume. Hopefully that's correct. Not too sure if anybody knows if that's correct. Yes, all others agree. Okay, hopefully this is correct. I'll show you the ID and I'll quickly switch back to the board view. And hopefully we can see the numbers there. We're using the bottom three, I think. LCK, DIN and BCK. And then we're going into 27, 26 and 25. And if SCL's not, yeah, I'm not too sure if connecting is going to make any difference or not. I'm hoping it's not going to, but I just happen to have the pin there because of this type of connector. I haven't got it defined or anything, the pins. I don't think it's going to cause a conflict. I'm not too sure if anybody knows otherwise. So I'm hoping maybe it was just the code. But that was a good idea, using the little jumper connectors, James. Okay, let's try compiling this code again. Let's plug this in to the computer again. We'll have a quick look what screen we've got showing up on OBS. Let's go to the top down. Yeah, save it in time now, that jumper. Yeah, it's as if he knew I was going to fuck shit up and not get it right. I think it's going to work. I hope it's going to work. Let's go to the IDE and I'm going to I'm just going to upload apparently because I don't need to. And we already know it compiles, so I'm only changing value, so I don't think I need to. I can also just hear that random copyright-free music just playing in the background. I'm still getting that red error though on the IDE. If I switch over to this, Does anybody know if I should be worried about this? Because I feel like this is going to be causing an issue. Red text is never really good. But it is compiling. If it doesn't work or something in the code, there's not much code there though, that's what I'm confused about. Like, we're kind of just defining the pins and the name for the device. And I think this loop, I'm assuming, is just so it can keep transmitting whenever it's not paid. The 3.3 is connected. It's not done across the jumper. Well, I'm not too sure I understand that correctly. You said, or possibly 3.3 needs connecting to the 3.3 on DAC, but cross that bridge if it doesn't work. Because I've got 3.3 jumping from the ESP board over to the DAC board. Let's try connecting to this device now. See if this makes any difference. Turtle Beach headphones, connect. Connected, okay. Still not showing up on the playback device. I have no idea why this is being so glitchy when I try to connect to it. Like, I'm connected to it, it says on the Windows thing, Bluetooth and the devices, but it is not showing up under as a playback device. Let's try again. It's still not showing up there. So I'm a little confused why. Like it says, connected, can be Windows, try a mobile phone. Might be, I've never really had this. I use Bluetooth, like AirPods and stuff with Windows on the phone quite often. I will go and grab the phone though and give it a go. Bear with me 2 seconds. Okay, let's have a look on the phone. I was about to say I don't see it showing up, but it's because I need to disconnect. Okay, disconnect. Still showing up as connected, even though I've clicked disconnect. Okay, now it's disconnected. Now see if I can find the device on my phone. Let's have a quick look, see how this goes. Okay, I can see it showing up on the phone, pair in. Bluetooth pairing request. Pair, okay. Okay, I think it might be connected now to the phone. I seem to have 2 Bluetooth devices connected to the phone a second though. So let me just disconnect one. And then let's have a look. Need to lower the volume and find some audio to play. Okay, I don't think anything's playing out of here either now. Even with the phone. It's connected. But nothing is playing. So I'm not too sure what is going on. Yeah, I'm not too sure why it's not working. It's kind of running out of ideas slowly. Yeah, it's super annoying. I'm not too sure if Empty's got any ideas. Just reconnect my other ones to here. Yeah, I thought this would have gone much easier than this. It's probably me just making like a really simple mistake somewhere. But I'm not too sure what mistake I'd be making. The code looks fine and everything. I think, as far as I can tell, I've got all the wires connected. Can you confirm with the multimeter that the DAC is getting powered? Okay, yes I can. Bear with me 2 seconds. DC voltage. Try and move some of this stuff out of the way. Okay. Where would I test on this? I can see the VCC is going down to here, I think, on this pin. There's a ground on here. Yeah. Oh wait, no, it's not going to that pin, is it? I think the voltage goes first at this capacitor. .3 volts I just seen there. Yeah, so we're getting 3.3 volts. We're getting it after the capacitor. No. I'm assuming we should be getting voltage after this capacitor. Not an expert, but before the capacitor, 3.3 volts. After the capacitor, 0.007 millivolts. Like basically nothing. Zero now. Does anybody know if this is correct? If I bring in the microscope, we'll have a quick look. So we are looking to test. I'm assuming this is our voltage coming in to the VCC. I assume it's this pink trace here that comes down to this capacitor. I found a code out there that uses A2DP and the P. Okay, yeah, that's originally what I wanted to use with an ESP32. Okay. Do you have a link for that code or any way to like share it? I can find it because I could give that a go, but we're not too sure if there's an issue with the board or not. Because I seem to be getting 3.3 volts before this capacitor, but then no voltage after this capacitor here. I don't know if that's normal because I don't have another board to test. Okay, yeah, if you can post it in Discord, either send it to me on Discord or post it in one of the channels and I will go and have a look. I can probably check it onto a USB pen and bring it over to this device. Okay, I'll go and have a look now. Does MD know if I'm meant to be getting voltage after this capacitor though? Because like, I'm sure I should be getting 0. And I'm getting 3. 3.3 before. So I'm just wondering, is there an issue with this capacitor? I hope not. Or does it not go through the capacitor? Does it go under into this chip to one of these legs maybe? Once the capacitor we have voltage, there will be ground most likely. Okay, so that is reading correctly then, hopefully. If I try to focus that in a bit better. Also in that code you sent, does it define the GPIO pins and stuff? I'll go and have a quick look now. Bear with me 2 minutes. I'm going to grab a drink at the same time while I'm doing it. Just quickly, I'm going to mute the audio just for 2 minutes, but I will be back. What I will do to keep you guys entertained is, will this audio play if I mute this? Okay, hey, you guys have some copyright free music for a little bit. I don't know if you can hear that coming to the stream. Hopefully it should be okay. I'll be like 2 minutes. I'm gonna go look at that code and put it into USB pen, bring it over to this computer.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base44. This is a first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder, and you wouldn't believe the kind of apps that people are creating. Smart nutrition apps, inventory trackers, onboarding tools, you name it. And if the only thing stopping me from making the app is the idea, then why not build an app that gives me endless app ideas? So let's make it. Pro tip, I draft the full app spec in ChatGPT, and then I drop the prompt directly into Base44. It gives me super detailed structure. And here it is, everything I laid out in detail as it goes. This is pretty awesome, but I want to make it playful. So I'm going to add a swipe left and swipe right interface. The same usability we all know. Now I'm going to add one more feature. So every idea that I favorite will turn into a kickoff prompt to start building the app itself. And that's it. Just come up with your idea, any idea, and Base44 will do the rest. So go to Base44 and create apps with your name on it.
Lexus LBX.
Okay, I'm back. Hopefully this code works. I'm gonna have to unplug this ESP for a second though. That code looks like a lot of code. I didn't have a chance to read all of it, I just had a quick glance. So we'll copy and paste it and have a look now. New volume. Okay. So we'll paste this into the IDE. And I will switch to the IDE 1 second so you guys can see what's going on there. This is currently what we have going on the IDE. Let's have a quick look. How do I get rid of the stupid thing on the side? I'll do it for now. Jeez. Okay, this looks like a good example of code I think I've seen this one before when I was looking online. I'm not too sure. It looks quite familiar. So here the pin's being defined. Okay, that's cool. There's a mute one defined in here as well. So I'm assuming I need to change a bunch of stuff in this code. So I'm going to have to change my pins, I'm assuming. So we'll probably start off by defining them. What CPU does this code run on? ESP32. Specifically the WeMOS, I think it's WeMOS, Lowland Light V1. It's running on. Yeah, I'm hoping it'll compile. I'm going to quickly make some modifications. I cannot remember the pin numbers that we had though, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to have a quick look now. I'm going to have to quickly unplug this board again. And just double check. So we're going from the bottom, 27 LCK. Okay, so I'm assuming LCK is going to be the LR CLK in here. And that's going to be defined as 27, I think. 27. Then we've got DIN, which is the data. That's going to be 26. So let's go up to here. But this is 26. 26. So now we need to look for the BCLK. So that's going to be BCK on here, I think, which we've got as 25. So BCK 25. Okay. It's 26, 25, 27, 27, 26, 25, so 27, LCK, 26, data, 25, BCK, mute, do we need to define mute? Guess we could define a mute. We'll just put it on one that we're not currently using though. Which 32 is currently unoccupied, so that should be fine. So now let's go down here. I see them being defined somewhere else. Alright, shut up, multimeter. No, I think they're just being called. I think, okay, so they defined up the top there. This all seems fine. Is this 8-bit? No, I don't think that is. Is it a bit rate? The only thing I'm a little confused with is this using a high bit rate? So we can see sets bits per sample here. Okay, I can see it's defined up here. Okay, yeah, I can see we've defined it up the top. These are definitions, and then we just call into our definition stuff. Yeah. Okay, I think I understand that. This is a weird. Oh, what's going on, Arilla and Nico? So I think that's all correct, I think. I'm not 100% sure, but I think that looks correct. If anybody's seeing any like errors or issues I've made, just let me know. But I'm going to try and compile this now. Is the goal to do anything else other than audio DSP, like LED animation? No, at the moment it's purely just for trying to make a old headset. If I switch to the top-down camera, we had this old wired headset. It was like in really bad condition. So that's being like cleaned up. And we're hoping to turn it into a Bluetooth wireless headset. The foam was literally like falling off these, like the fake leather. We've managed to like ultrasonic clean most off, and then like a brush, some hot soapy water. But there are countless possibilities you can do with the ESP32, like making your own home assistants and all sorts of other projects that I might look into. But at the moment, it's purely, we have a lot of old headsets lying around. We have 3 of this particular model and 1 other one. And just looking to try to, just notice I've cleaned this, but there's a bunch of dirt and stuff still on the top there. Gonna have to give this another clean. Yeah, just looking to try to repurpose some of these as a little project. So let's try connecting the ESP back into the computer. So now we need to go to, okay, we'll verify it first before we compile this, just before we upload it, just to see if we have any issues. So we are still getting the same blue droid error as we were earlier. I'm not sure if that's an issue or not. If like, do I need like a library or something? I'm not too sure. We're including that. Do I have this library here? Because I feel like I don't have this library either. If anybody knows if any of these red errors I should be, why not using a dedicated Bluetooth module? We do have a dedicated Bluetooth module here, but like sometimes the quality and stuff is not very good on some of these, and a lot of the ones on the market have a really annoying like pairing voice, like Bluetooth connected, rather than just like a simple beep and stuff. You can't see the screen. You can just see the overhead right now. Let me switch to the IDE. These errors here, sorry. Yeah, it is complaining about that specific driver. I think, I'm not too sure. Because ESP will drain the battery particularly rapidly. Yes, it will. That is one of the only downsides. We are looking to just try a couple of different modules and a couple of different stuff just to figure out what is the best option. I kind of like the SP because of the flexibility, but it does draw, especially this one, a massive amount of power. We are going to look at turning the Wi-Fi off and seeing if we can introduce any other, power saving tweaks. Not too sure what the correct words would be for that, but we're looking to see what we can do just to make it draw less power so the battery lasts longer, because we only have a 500 milliamp battery at the moment. I think that's fine. Try and upload and see what happens. Okay, let's try and upload and see what happens. Upload. Let's have a look. I'm so concerned about this one error I keep getting all the time though with the Blue Droid. Blue Droid HFP requires SCO/ESCO. Seems to be right there, the board at the moment though. So, that's a good sign. Let's see how this goes. But I am going to order some other Bluetooth modules, and I do have this one here. This one's only a 4.0, and I've seen other Bluetooth modules which are bigger, and they've got like a bunch of capacitors on there. But even with the capacitors, for like, I'm assuming they're for like smoothing and limited noise, apparently the quality on them is not very good. Apparently the audio quality on the combination of these two boards is meant to be very good, mainly because of the DAC that we're using. So if we can maybe find something else to pair with this DAC, this non-ESP32 that takes less power and has Bluetooth, that could be a viable option. I'm always open to suggestions and any ideas, as long as the board is relatively low cost, because that's kind of like one of the ideas behind this. So if anybody else wants to do this with old headsets they're lying around, like the cables don't work anymore, they're just fed up of having a cable, it's something that they can do at a low cost and quite easily, hopefully, as opposed to just going out and buying a new one. So I think that's uploaded, so I think now we should be able to connect via the Bluetooth. Let's have a look. Will this work? Connect. Connected, it reckons. But I'm still getting the same bug with it not showing up under the device playback. It should show up as Golf G60 if you never changed it. I did not change it, no. So let me remove device, because it's connecting to a different device maybe. Bluetooth, and I'll try adding it. I'll try searching and adding it again as a new device. Okay, I'm not getting anything showing up on the devices right now. Some Bluetooth models support to be connected to an external DAC, yes. Oh, okay, I've got it. It just took a minute to show up. Golf G60. Done. Okay, connected music. Okay, I don't think we've got any sound still. Yeah, we're still getting zero audio coming out, I think. So it can't even be found. No, it's found. It's found. It's connected and paid and everything. But we're getting zero audio coming out. So I do not understand what's going on here. It says connected is showing up, because I didn't change the name. It's coming up as Golf 360, but it is connected. It is showing up under my playback device, so I can adjust the volume. I have the volume at like 60%. I've tried knocking it like right up. Still hear absolutely nothing coming out on the sound. So I am really confused right now as opposed to what the next step is. Like, is this red LED on top an issue? I did read something online though, where somebody wasn't getting an output and they had to connect two grounds together or something like that to get it working. It wasn't the two grounds from the separate boards. Can we feed audio into the DAC directly and not use ESP? I'm not too sure, to be honest. Was there any voltage on that CLK pin earlier? I will check now for you. So which pin am I checking for voltage? Sorry, the CL, the clock pin. Which one is the clock pin? Is LCK or BCK? Let's have a look. So on BCK, I'm getting 1.6 volts, which should be a, if that's outputting 1.6 to the speakers, that should be enough to hear it, definitely. LCK is getting 1.6 volts as well. Data is getting also 1.6 volts. Ground, let's try the speaker. At the speaker end on the board, I'm getting like nothing, like 0.01 millivolts going to the left, and the same going to the right. So it seems like I have no audio coming out on the board out of them outputs, the LGR outputs. Oh, you guys can't even see that very well there. Let me focus, my bad. So across BCK, DIN and LCK, 1.6 volts on each. And then over here, where we have our speakers wired, we're getting 0.000.1. So basically like no voltage. This one I have soldered. Yeah, this one's soldered, it's not in use. Do you think that's making that's causing an issue? I'm not too sure what this one does. It's connected to the board. Do you reckon that's causing an issue? Seems to go down to here and then into this chip. It's just because the jumper had 4 on it and I didn't trim it down. I found more jumpers as well. I knew I had some somewhere. Could that be causing an issue? It could be, but it's hard to tell. Yeah. That's what I'm not too sure of. Because I'm getting voltage on all of these, but then if there's voltage on it, it may be an issue. Okay, let's check. Ground and this one. Yeah, we are getting a small amount of voltage, like 390 millivolts. 400 millivolts. Just seems to be climbing as well when I have this connected. That's gone back down now, I think. 400, 410, 400. Yeah, it does seem to be climbing when I've got the probes connected, I think. Or is it going back down now? Yeah, it does seem to be climbing when I've got the probes. Maybe should I try removing this? That's going to be an absolute pain. I guess we could try that and see if that's the cause of the issue. Because I feel like I've got everything connected right. I'm not too sure though. But I'm going to have to desolder a bunch of stuff, I think, to be able to get this out. I think I have to remove these speakers and everything. So let's remove all these cables then, I guess. See if we can figure this out. This is meant to be a nice, easy job. Just make sure there's not an issue with that capacitor. Okay, let's remove this. Okay, so we've moved down wires for the speakers so we can freely move this around now. Oh, these jumpers going to get in the way though. Or can I leave these ones connected? I'm hoping I can just leave these other ones connected. I suppose I don't need to desolder both sides. Or will I? Because the pad might still make contact. I think the receiver would probably be best to get rid of. I'm thinking you might have to pull this CLC. Yeah, it might need pulling to ground. If I just desolder it, hopefully that should just eliminate the issue, hopefully. Just because I hate doing any coding related stuff, I'd rather just desolder something. Thinking probably to remove the female side. I can always just trim up the leg then off there. So let's chuck this into a board holder quickly. No idea if this is the cause of the issue. I just hope that it is. So let's give this board a little hold. Oh my God, that is... Don't remember damaging and bending this thing so bad. So I need a little bit of solder to remove this. Because the ESP now outputs, yeah, okay, yeah, the DAC can make its own clock. You pull out the ground. Do you have the code already done, or like a library, or are you doing the code yourself? The code we got from, well, some we were trying to get like ChatGPT to do, and somebody also found some code online, example code. So we've tried that as well, because that seems to define a lot more stuff. Because the ESP not outputs CLK and the DAC can make its own clock. If you pull that to ground, am I still going to need to do that even if I remove the SLK or the SCL? Sorry. Okay, I can't seem to get this pin out now. Okay, I got it out. There's a little patchy there. The IA code, yes. Yeah, I'm actually atrocious at coding. Probably worse than AI, which is saying something. I've never ever done. I'm not too sure if this is C# the way this is coded in, or what is coded in. But I've only done like one coding, and I was awful at, and that was verse code, and a little bit of XML, which I wouldn't really count as code. So this project might be a little bit ambitious. Soon to see trees let's see if it starts working. Okay, yeah, I didn't even think it's just doing that, James. That probably would have been a smarter idea to do than desoldering everything. Okay, that hole's not even clear now. Can I get to this thing? I have to move this a bit off the desk, I think, to quickly clear this hole out. Okay, I can't seem to get any heat transfer to this. Okay, that's clear. Let's do the one next to it. Okay, I don't think that one's cleared. I cannot get this one cleared now. I think it's just the angle I'm holding it at. Okay, that's cleared now. That is probably the extra ground she was reading about. So much for it. Yeah, JFix is a very knowledgeable man. His advice is always much appreciated. Okay, let me move this back into frame. Okay, we've already got a pin falling out here, so I must use more heat this time on this than previously. But we need to trim one of these off anyway, so. And I realised it was the other one I meant to remove as well. On the other board, not this one. Oh well. We can just always grab a bit of Kapton tape if we're a little bit worried about that. Let's grab a little bit of Kapton tape. See how this goes. Something to cut it with. Okay. Because I desoldered off, I meant to desolder off the female. Just going to put a bit of Kapton tape, just in case the contact, like the pad on the bottom, makes contact with that. This does not want to stay in place, but that should be good enough, I think. This connector is looking a little bit worse for wear. That's the only downside here now, because of the heat and stuff. I'm hoping I can just quickly heat it and just push down slightly and get all these pins level again. Does not want to budge though. That is looking a little worse for wear. Don't need code due to electronic, technically. Yeah, I know, that's the good thing. That's why I kind of like started doing electronics, so I didn't have to be doing annoying code things. And now here I am trying to figure out annoying code things. These pins are looking just mangled. I think it's probably going to be functional, but it's not looking in the best condition, I'm going to be honest. For projects, unless I can copy and paste someone else's code. Yeah, I'm exactly the same. If I got some nice code, I can copy and paste, which I thought I would be able to for this, unless I'm doing something else wrong. These connectors are looking awful though, to say the least. So, can we even get this back in this board now is the question. Let me remove it out of here. I think these holes are clear, so this should just go in. Unless the pins are just like that, out of place now, which I think that's what it is. Yeah, it's just some ridiculously mangly pins. Let's give this a go now. Hopefully this works now. Because I've had enough stuff not working. Hopefully that's okay now. Our jumpers are looking a little worse for wear. But now we've only got the BCK, DIN and LCK connected. But I feel like it might be related to an issue that I read online, where somebody wasn't getting audio output and they had to like wire two other wires together. This little one is going to give us a bit of grief here. Okay, well, that's connected, I think. It's not the best of connections. We'll have to replace this this other one I've got, if it works. But now I've only got them 3 connected. So we've got 27, 26 and 25 connected. So let's check our code, which is in the IDE, 26, 25, 27. So that should be okay. That's the code we've got flashed onto this. So let's give this a go this time, see if this works. Power it on. Oh, there's me worried about putting Kapton tape. It's miles away the board is. I don't think that's going to touch the pad. Okay. So, blue flashing light in the bottom board, red light in the top board. Speaker, yeah. Yeah, good point, James. That's one way to test in the audio output if I don't actually have the speakers plugged in. That would probably be a smart idea. Bluetooth and audio from ESP, especially high levels of expectations. Bluetooth and audio from ESP is especially high levels of expectations for what I know. We will see. We will see how it goes. So we're going to need to connect our grounds. We'll do that first. Grab both of these. I feel like maybe I should have made these wires a little bit longer. Would be easier to test. If I can try to get both of these together. And hopefully just solder both these then. Just use your oscilloscope to see if you're forward. Yeah, I don't have an oscilloscope. I'm too poor to have an oscilloscope. Seen the price on them? Only need to connect one. Oh, speaker. Yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah, they will need to be routed over the headband anyway. Yep, yes, they will. It's just going to be an absolute pain. So this one here is the one that we've wired up. Let's give this a go now, I guess. There's some for like €60. Okay. But don't you need like a certain sample rate or like accuracy or something like on them to be able to actually like zoom in and diagnose stuff and take captures to be able to look back and inspect the information? Okay, so, oh yeah, now we need to plug it in, don't we? Okay. Oh, no, that didn't come out. Need to stop yanking cables though. Like yeeting things around. Okay, that should be fine. It is an insulated wire. Okay, so let's go to our Bluetooth thing. Connect. Still having that bug. And like it's connected. It says disconnect, but yet it's still playing through the monitor or the TV. It's not showing up on the playback devices. I'm having major issues connecting to this with Bluetooth for some reason. Let's try removing device again. And add. Shouldn't be this patchy difficult though. Because now I'm connected. I'm not hearing any audio still. Depends what you want to do with it. Just see a signal or a lot more. Okay. Yeah, I can't seem to figure this one out. I thought this was going to be nice and simple, to be honest. Try force the bit clock now. How would I go about forcing the bit clock? Because it seems to be connected. Short CSL to ground, which tree says. I do not see a SCL. The SCL isn't connected to anything though. Because we desoldered that one. I can try shorting at the ground though to see if it does anything. Is the SCL the signal clock then? Yeah, nothing still. It can't be floating. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting nothing. I did see somebody, I think, connect this outer one to... I swear I can hear something when I put something in this end one here. I don't know if my trees is out. But I swear it's coming out of the speaker that's not connected, that I can hear something when I go into this. That's weird. I'm getting something coming out of this other speaker. Let me just solder in both the wires. Because that's the first time I've heard anything come out of this. Probably shouldn't be soldering that with it all powered on. It's not a smart idea. Does anybody know what this bottom one is? So whenever, like, I'm not even touching it or anything, but I'm just like touching a tweezer in that bottom one, and I can hear something, I think, coming out of there. Let's try knocking this up to a higher volume. Yeah, there's some really crackly audio coming out whenever I touch my tweezers on this XMT at the bottom. I'm sure I've seen some wiring diagram on the, if I can find the listing on Amazon for it. Well, like there's only like 4 reviews, I think, and one of them was a picture of diagram. I'll see if I can find it. So this one here. No, it's not. Let's have a look. I'm trying to find. No, I can rather find the one that. The one that I ordered. Okay, let me go back to reading what it says. That's the soft mute. It should be high for unmuted if I understand it right. Be funny if it was muted all this time. And then FMT needs to be low for I2, so maybe it moves by default. Yes, because you're connected to the earth. You're inducting current with the tweezers. Okay, so does anybody know what this means? Could be you need to set up FMT, XSMT, FLT as SFMT setup. The formats are low for I2S. Yeah, most of that just went completely over my head, I'm going to be completely honest. Do I need to connect something? Because I swear I've seen something where you had to connect to. When I connect this to ground, it doesn't play any audio. But when I've just got it touched on its own, I get some really crackly audio coming out. Do I need to connect something on here? Is this something I'm missing? Because I've tried pulling this one to ground. Nothing. I need to try and find that wiring diagram. Because I see in a picture. I think it's this one, Dollar Tech one I've got maybe. Okay, here. So, if I flip over and show you this, guys, which one I'm looking for? Window capture, maybe. On the back of the purple board are the jumpers that you solder. I'm not quite following that. On this one here, see, they've got all of these things wired up here. So it looks like they've got are all of these going to be pulled to ground? FLT, DMP, SCL, is DIN? No, it's not connected. I can't really tell. Can anybody make sense of this image here? And it's quite low quality, so we could see if we could find a higher quality version of this image. Yeah, they're grounding out the FTL, DMP, SCL, and FMT. Is this image any bigger? Assuming that's the same as we're using. This image is not very big quality though. So I'm confused that the data on this one, they've got going to ground. Oh, they're supplying power to this XMT also, by the look of it. So do I need to run power to this down here then maybe for this to work? So you can see the 5 volt power. They're going to VCC and it's also going to XMT. Yeah, more chance to find some use on AliExpress and Amazon. Yeah, I know. Let's see if we can reverse image search and find anything on AliExpress. AliExpress. Is this the same thing? I don't think it is it? No. Give it 60 volts on XMT. Yeah, that'll definitely unmute it. If you pull FMT to ground, that is to tell it to expect I2C. Okay, FTM is format. So do I need to just solder a bunch of jumper wires and stuff then, I'm assuming, or? So I'm assuming I need to, let's have a look what James said. FMT, so FMT is one from the bomb, and that's going to ground. Okay, so I guess shall I supply voltage to XMT and also ground FMT and see if that works. Pull them all low. Should I pull them low in code? Because I know you can pull them low in code. Or am I going to pull them low with a jumper wire to ground? What's going to be the best option? Do I do it with code or do I physically do it with jumper? But on this, it also shows DIN going to ground. No, it doesn't go to ground, it's just jumping underneath that. It's just a bit confusing. So I need to pull them all to low. Everything is showing on there. So does that just mean I've got to connect all of them through to a ground manually, run a wire? That's a lot of wires. How many wires do I need? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 wires. God damn it. It's a lot of wires. I think I'm going to grab a quick drink before I do that. If XMT is high, that's mute. So you don't need to do anything. Probably the board has internal pull-up to make it high. But I'm confused why I can get sound to play out. It's very, very crackled and bad quality when I put my tweezers on XMT. So I think I do need supply voltage for that. To that, I'm assuming I'm putting a very small amount of current out through my body. I don't understand how though, because these are ESD safe tweezers, and I'm wearing rubber gloves, or I don't get rubber. I'm not too sure what they're made of. Nitrile, I think. I don't think it's electrically conductive, but I'm still somehow putting a bit of voltage into that XMT, and then I seem to be getting sound coming out of it. So I feel like the issue might literally just be that it's muted. You're probably hearing the built-in amplifier popping. It's going in there. No, I can hear like actual music. This is very, let's see if I can put the mic next to it, so if you guys can hear this, I'll put this mic right on top of the speaker. Yeah, see, there's something I like music. And that's whenever I just poke a tweezer into XMT. Fixed, yeah. Perfect high quality audio. Totally better audio quality than one of them like $2 Chinese Bluetooth audio modules. Totally worth the effort. If that's the audio quality that I'm getting out of this, I'll cry. After a bad curry, yeah, it's something. Something certainly is the right word. So yeah, I think I'm gonna grab a quick drink, take just like a 2-minute break, check the voltage on XMT. Okay, I'll quickly check the voltage. It is jumping all the while. Let me put my probes in the right way around. Let's get a minus voltage. $375 millivolts when I've got my probes connected across to the ground. Yes, I think it is being muted. Jump to 3 volts. Okay, so the audio quality shouldn't be so bad. Yeah, I shouldn't. Just pull it high. Not good. Yeah, pull it high, then jump to 3 volts. What do you mean by pull it high? Like, give it voltage, I'm assuming then, is it? It's the floating voltage or I'm muting it slightly. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna run 3 volts straight to that XMT in a second and see how it goes. But before I do that, I'm going to quickly just go and grab a drink and take a 2-minute break. I will unmute the desktop audio for you guys. I'll be back in like 2 minutes now. Yeah, I would tweezer it, but the tweezers like won't reach that far without bending with tweezers and damaging them permanently. I don't fancy doing that with my iFixit tweezers. I'll just quickly solder a wire across. Okay, I'm back. This is so close to working, I know. Yes, to 2340 as well. I was hoping that this was like gonna take like maybe an hour or something to get up and running. So let's grab a quick jumper wire. That's one we done earlier, please reach. I think that will reach. There's music playing you never mentioned. There is music playing you never mentioned that before. Oh. Yeah, I put the music on just while I went AFK. I've got the desktop audio muted currently though. But I just unmuted it just to keep you guys occupied while I went away. Grab a quick drink. Let me unplug this though while I do this. Might be the smart thing to do. I meant on the headphones. It was playing on the headphones, you know, I mentioned that before. Yeah, it was only playing on the headphones, which I guess means the code and stuff is working. When I am touching the XMT. Let me switch over. I just realised I've still got this stupid, put the top down on for you. There you go. But yeah, the only place with the headphones, well, when I seem to be touching this XMT, so maybe it's muted, like that diagram was showing. We'll figure that out now. It's in the most awkward place ever though. Can I unplug this board quickly too? To make this a little bit easier maybe. It's really awkward this is. Can I get some solder on there? I think definitely if I had like some breadboard and stuff, that would have been a better idea. That would have been much easier for like prototyping and testing. That wire all the way in there, yeah. Let's connect this back together. I hope it's not a bad connection between here and here. And it's not like the jumpers or something we're using. It's giving you a bad signal. So I just need to connect this jumper wire over to the voltage now. This board wants to move around a hell of a lot. Just making this very difficult. That is very badly connected there. That is connected, that is not great. If it works, we'll come back and try to fix that. Now I just want to see if we can get it working. These jumpers are not straight in any way. Look, I like misaligned these boards. So they started off so nice and pretty. It's just got jankier and jankier as it's going on. Okay, so we've connected it there. The problem is I seem to have issues connecting with the Bluetooth every time. So let's have a look. Bluetooth. Paid connect. Always says connected, but then it never shows up, so I'm going to have to remove the device again. This is something we're going to have a look at though. And I feel like it might be related to that error that we had. Showing up about like the blue something, I forgot what it was now. But I think it might be related to that error we had, so I can always have a look into that. I just want to try and get this thing working. I feel I'm so close. It's taking forever to actually find the device currently. Just searching for it to be discoverable. I currently cannot see it showing up as a discoverable device or anything though. Oh wait, they're showing up. It took an awfully long time though, which is a little concerning. Okay, so that's connected now. Oh, are we now going to get any audio? We are getting audio coming out. To me, it sounds basically the same as it did before. So it's very crackly. Yeah, it's very poppy and very crackly. I don't know if anybody can hear the audio. Ah, yeah, try that low. I think the song's just changing currently. Seems to be, I think maybe this left one. I'm not too sure if one's crackling more than the other. Around the other pins. Okay, I will. Give me 2 seconds. I've got one more thing I want to try though. Before we do that, is I want to try and power it with a battery. That is a horrible crackling sound though. So let's unplug that. Let's bring in our battery. Absolutely hate the beeping noise on a multimeter. Like, I understand the purpose of it. To go into standby to save electric and stuff, but it doesn't need to beep so violently at me. Okay, well, it looks like the bottom board only flashes when it's connected via the USB. Must be some kind of like data signal. But the top board has got the red. The top board has the red LED illuminated. So you can probably see it right there. If you can connect to this. It's completely battery powered currently. Okay, you were buffering. Okay, I'm still having issues with connecting with the Bluetooth, so I have to keep adding it as a new device every time. It's got to be a bug of some kind. It's just taking a minute. I'm just waiting for it to find the device. It seems to take like a ridiculously long time. There you go, showing up now. So I'm just connecting. Mistake. Okay, it's connected. Okay, so that'll take longer than normal. Let's knock this volume up on here. Okay, I'm just getting the audio coming out again. So this is working. It's very crackly though still. I think the sound's changing. I'm not too sure. It's not very loud though. when I was doing my research, I was sold for like headphones like this. And I wouldn't need like an amp. But these are sounding very, very quiet, like they could also use with an amp. We'll try pulling them pins all to ground now. And see how that works out. So I'm going to have to disconnect this battery. So it was fantastic to pull this battery out. Try something a bit. ESP runs up 3 volts. Isn't this supposed to work on 5 volts? ESP runs on 3 volts. This one can run on both. I think it can output 5 volts though. But I can't 100% remember, to be honest. But the dark I am not too sure, to be honest, if it's meant to run, but it's got a 3.3 volts indicated there. And I think you can, oh wait, you might need to put 5 volts into this. And I'm outputting from 3 volts, maybe it's underpowered slightly. I do have a step-up board. That we could use. I don't have it right now, I'd have to find it. Maybe that's why they're quite quiet. Could be that issue about the dark. Yeah, I'd have to look into that, I think. We'll try pulling these pins and everything to ground, like this indicated on the diagram. And we will go from there. What's going to be the easiest way to do that? I think just grab a bunch of this insulator cable, maybe. Which I can't seem to get the plastic off. Oh, I got it. I haven't got a massive amount of this. Hopefully this would be enough just to connect them all together, maybe. So I need a good couple of these pulled to ground. This is going to be a lot of soldering. Okay. So this is going to be awkward. Okay, I said OBS just disconnected. For some reason, reconnecting. Hopefully the stream's okay. If there's any issues, let me know. And it's also got a charging circuit and stuff as well for charging the lithium batteries. Not all ESPs do, but this particular model does. It's the Lowland Light. I think it's by Wemos. If you wanted to look at the spec sheet or anything for it. Okay, that should be tinned up enough there. So we need to do this one into the one that we cleared earlier, the SCL. Apparently. Seems like a lot of work. More than I was anticipating. But I am running 3.3, I think, into this anyway. Or to the 3 volts into the VCC. I think that's the right connection on the wiring, if anybody knows different. Just let me know in the chat. I don't seem to be making good board contact there. Okay, hopefully that's connected good enough. So now which one do I need? In case I need the next 2 up as well, do I? Okay. Might as well just temp both of these pads or through holes while I'm at it at the same time. This is probably not the best soldering tip to use for this. It's a little bit large. For this job. But it will have to do. Because I cannot be bothered to change the tip right now. The DAC needs 5 volts. Okay, so that might be one of the issues then. Why it doesn't sound. Could that be the issue for the crackliness then? Because that's what I do with, like, just be quiet rather than crackly. I'm not surprised because the R pi is 5 volts. Both would definitely make sense. Okay, I need another bit of wire. No, that's the problem. Do I have more of this wire somewhere? Cut a little bit more off here. So this is the headphone cable. Trying to get this out of here is super difficult. The last one I was to get out with just a lot of force. Can I get this one out without stripping more of it? I don't think so. Okay, that's probably a long enough length for now. I think this is the last wire that we need to solder. Your voltage regulator on the PC on DAC PCB. I'm not too sure what you mean by that. Sorry. Is it a voltage regulator on your There might be. There is a small black chip on there, like a small black IC, like over here. That might be a voltage regulator. We can have a look probably under the microscope. Can we see any markings on this? Maybe. Might move it over a bit. Let's have a look. Try and get into focus. Let's have a look. There you go. If that helps at all. 4B2K. So if you power with 3.3, you will have too much loss to the regulator to get the minimum 3 volts. Okay. So I'm probably going to need to step up the voltage then for this. Or do you know if I can output 5? Because I'm sure you can output 5 volts from this ESP. I thought maybe you could. But I could be getting confused with that. But this does have a 3.3 here on the board. And now I'm going into VCC and maybe that is expending 5 volts. Where does the 3.3 go? Is that an output to 3.3? That goes into that chip. And the VCC goes. Does that also go into that chip as well? Through this capacitor? Why don't you use the 3 pin? Yeah, I'm not too sure if I should be using the 3 pin. Maybe I should be going into that one instead. So it bypasses. I think it just bypasses this capacitor, I think. Because it looks like it still goes into this power regulator. Okay, so if it's really quiet, then we could try swapping this over to the 3.3. Should we try and do that straight away then? Okay. It's going to be awfully tedious and difficult. You can measure the voltage out. You can measure voltage at regulator output. Do what Jace Fix said first. Oh, okay. We're on the board. How am I measuring? Do you know? I'm assuming this is the voltage regulator, this little black thing. I can see this one here. Let me grab something pointy to point with. Okay, I can see a lot of grounds. I'm assuming this is ground. This is ground. This is ground. This looks like it's going somewhere, and this looks like it's going somewhere. So I'm measuring the voltage here. Or I'm measuring the voltage here. Bottom right leg, so this one here. Okay. Let me plug in the battery. This is really tedious with all these wires everywhere. Okay, so that's that plugged in. And I will switch the voltage to DC. If it's low, then you should get 3 volts from the ESP. Okay, 1 second. So what am I doing first? I'm going to measure this leg first so I don't get confused, and we'll go from there, okay guys? That's a ground, and then this leg. This boat is moving all over the place. I think I'm getting 3.2 volts. Yes, 3.2 volts. There's our leg there. Let's see what else you want me to measure. Between ground and 3.3 pin. Uh, 3.29, so yeah, 3.3. It's getting delivered to this pin here. Let's double check this one again. Ground and this pin. 3.29, so yeah, 3.3. So is that what we're expecting to be seeing in terms of voltage? Is it? So do I need to desolder anything, or shall I just tie all of these to ground? I just bypass the regulator if using a battery. Could be 4.2 volts. Yeah, good point. But the 4.2 volts is only going to be going into the ESP, so the ESP should only ever pass 3.3 into this, because I'm using the 3.3 out on the ESP. This VCC is not coming directly from the battery. So shall I just solder all of these to the ground now, just to tie all these to ground? Oh wait, I need one more wire. If you are sure that is never going higher than 3.3, then you could use, yeah, it seems to be fine at the moment though, I think, if we're getting the correct reading at the bottom of that chip. So I'm thinking we might be okay. We'll test after we've done tied all these to ground to see if that is the issue. Just hoping that that's enough to put on there. What's the voltage between ground and VCC? I'll have a look now. Between ground and VCC. .318. So basically 3.3 volts between VCC and ground. This battery isn't fully charged though. This battery was coming up at 3.7 volts when we tested the battery earlier, because they can't ship lithium batteries fully charged, I don't think. I forgot what I was soldering now. I'm going to remove this battery quickly before I do any soldering. If you're sure it will never go higher. Yeah, I could do. We'll test these other things first. These JST connectors are a nightmare to remove. I don't know if I'm missing something, like it's a little thing I need to push in maybe. There you go. I was thinking it would be 5 volts. It's possibly ESP voltage regulator is not powerful enough. I have no idea about any of that, to be honest. Like I've only used the ESP32s before for WLED and stuff like that, and like just basic home automation stuff. So I forgot what the like the open source software you can use for that is. But that's like super simple stuff. Yeah, hopefully this is going to be okay. I was thinking it was coming from the battery, which should be 800 milliamp capable, but it probably not. It'll probably be a fake. There's some fake ones here. Yeah, I'm not too sure if this battery is a good battery or not, to be honest. It's probably not the best battery, but I don't think it's like the worst. Okay, so I have all my wires now. I will move the microscope up a bit so I can give you guys a bit of a better view there. Kind of losing my voice a bit tired, but I'm determined to try and get this done. Just connect the VCC to the battery like the ESP. Yeah, I could do. Those are all possible options I can look into. I don't think I'm going to be looking into them all this stream though, just because I am quite tired. But I'm glad we have at least proof of concept so far. We had audio playing, all wirelessly, battery connected. But obviously we want the audio to be good quality. That's what we need to figure out next, because it's all well and good having audio, but you ain't going to want to listen to it if it sounds like ass. So I can move that. So you can kind of see what I'm doing a bit better. I'm trying to tin up the ends of these to connect them. You have made progress at least. At the same time, you are soon at 7-hour stream. Oh God, has it been that long? It's a long stream. It's going strong. Explains why I'm so tired. I do want to watch a bit of a TV show as well. I started watching, I think it's called Young Sherlock this morning. Seems pretty good. It's directed by Guy Ritchie as well. So it's normally a pretty good sign. I think I have a little solder on that then. It's probably not the best way to do what I'm trying to do here. Oh, this one doesn't, yeah, that one's just come right off there. That was a really good soldering job I did. Okay, that one feels a bit more solid. I don't like Guy Ritchie a lot. Oh damn, why not? I don't know if I'm going to be able to reach all of these to the ground. I was going to connect them all together, but probably better have to tie them all to ground, but I don't know. This is going to be difficult. It's a lot of cables to try to finagle. I think I would just be better off trying to solder these all together, maybe to one wire and then one wire to the ground. But I don't see a little cable. Let me try and grab a bit more wire. You definitely need to do one type of wire. You could just run the wire from SCL straight to ground and bridge all the pins in between. Oh yeah. Yeah, that probably would have been a better idea. I love how you tell me that now. You could have told me that like an hour ago. we will do that method. Not right now, because I'm too deep and too tired. We'll just proceed with this janky method for a minute. And tomorrow I will do it neatly like you suggested. You connect 2 pins together, no wire needed. Yeah, that probably would have been a better idea. I might actually, no. Let's just quickly do that now. So I can bridge all of these together, can't I? So if I just remove these wires, this, and this. And we just grab one of these pins. You can email you a tea bag, damn, that's nice of him. Hopefully it's like a PG Tips maybe. Okay, can I get this out of this plastic? How is it? Yes, I think we can. Okay. Is this going to be the right length that we need? I know I could do like a solder blob, but I'm just thinking it might be a bit easier. Yeah, I'm going to have to trim that a slight bit. Okay. I'm going to guess about that much. Yeah, PG Tips, nice. Flooded with solder. Yeah, I was going to just flood it with solder, but then I thought I could just tack this down on there. Just because sometimes the solder doesn't like to bridge. I don't know if this is a better idea or not, but it's most certainly an idea. An insane man's idea. Sleep deprived insane man's idea. Let's see how this goes. Should we put a little bit of flux in there maybe? 24-hour stream. God damn it, hell no. Getting to the point where I'm like, I'm a bit dizzy, I'm tired, but this thing needs to work. It doesn't have a choice in the matter. Okay, yeah, just go sideways, why don't you? Totally one did no, okay, it's not tacked on. Can I just okay, maybe this isn't easier. I want it to work so I can sleep well tonight. Yeah, me too, man. I will be thinking about this otherwise. Okay, that's moved, so that is now not touching the ones up the other end. I think when James said use solder to do it, that probably would have been better. Like just a solder bridge. Just thought I'd be fancy. Okay, that's definitely bridge now, I think. And that's not touching the 3 volts. I don't think. Do you guys think I don't know if it's, yeah, let's move that down a bit, shall we? I don't know if that's a little bit close there. Can we even get this thing to move now? Okay, there you go. These tweezers are so horrible, these ones. Yeah, they're not the best. They're okay though, the iFixit ones, they're better than the clone ones I've got here, I think. So this set, I think, ESD13, not even on there straight. They're about the same quality, but the finish is just... Oh, these are not the ones with the grips on either. A side-by-side comparison though. Price difference is quite significant though. Mechanic ones, yeah, mechanic ones are decent. I do have these ones. I don't use them too often though. These are a really nice set of tweezers. I think Zach has a pair of these ones. And I use these not mechanic, the what are they called? iFixit ones quite often. They're not too bad, but I have bent the tip, as you see. A bit. Yeah, they do bend easy. If you don't have tweezers, you don't use consent. Nice. Yeah. Like titanium ones seem to be the best. They hold up really well and nice and strong. But I have got let me go and grab these really, really cheap tweezers I bought before. Like a long time ago. For watches. And they are like completely bent out of shape and knackered. The blue tweezers bend easy, is that what you're saying? Okay, I've never had any issues with them. I guess the tips are really thin, so if you are prying with them, yeah, they would bend. Like I'm knackered, these tweezers are. Like they won't even open. And that's a bit of tweezers you do not want to be trying to do SMD work with. They are completely knackered. Kind of get to work slightly. Okay, so one more wire to connect. Will this work? But I do need some more tweezers, so definitely. Because the ones I'm using I'm struggling with, but that could be a skill issue more than a tweezer issue, I'm going to be honest. You could probably give me the best tweezers in the world and I still struggle to grip these wires and lay them flat on the board. God damn it, where's that moving? Stay. Is that connected securely? No, no it's not. I only use ceramic tweezers, they don't bend at all. Nice. Yeah, I've looked against some ceramic tweezers, but I haven't grown to get them yet. I know they're good because they don't absorb or transfer the heat. So they probably would be good for like wicking, and I guess they're good for like doing SMD work, but I don't really do much SMD work. I've had to change one or two components. And I've had to struggle and do that with a soldering iron. Okay, I'm hoping I can get this wire to actually bond this time. those wires are the worst, yes. Wire is terrible, I got the same. I'm not using it anymore. Yeah, these wires do not want. Okay, I think it's stuck this time or not. Okay, yeah, I'm able to pull on now. It's stuck now. Thank God. These two boards are not even connected anymore. I'm going to have to replace these jumpers and everything. Not right now. And I'm hoping that's not the issue, that the jumpers are a little bit janky. This is not the prettiest of jobs at all. But will she finally work is the question. I want to use silicone wire. Okay. Is that similar to like the enamel coated wire then? You can get like little wires this size with like silicone coating. If so, I'd have to look into getting a bunch of little wires like this. Because I guess you could use these for trace repair instead of 010. Maybe, I'm not too sure. Because I know different wires have different impedance values, but I'm still not fully understanding all of that stuff. Let's plug the battery in and pray. So we have it all connected. I got some wire designed for a wrap and it's nice. Okay. I have to send some pictures of that on the Discord or something maybe. Let me remove this other device first. Remove, yes. And add a new device. This better work this time. I swear to God. Okay, connect in. Okay, we're still getting exactly the same crackly audio, I think. So I don't know. Do I need some resistors or some capacitors before I go to these speakers to get rid of that noise and that crackling? Are they both the same? Do you mean like both speakers, or like now and before we soldered all these wires? I think it sounds the same, but I'm not 100%. Yeah, there's crackling coming into this one. And this one, yeah, both. I'll let you go for a second. And then this one. Yeah, I was thinking I should need new resistors or capacitors because I'm using this, is it called PCM? I forget the name, but the stack. Wiggle the board on them headers. Okay. No, I don't think that's making any difference. It doesn't seem to be interrupting the audio. Checking it. Check to see if voltage is dropping at the load. Okay. Whereabouts am I checking the voltage? Trying to find somewhere to put this multimeter with on camera for you. Check that 3.3. Okay. 3.281. And I'm hoping we're getting at least like 1 volt over here. Let's have a look. Oh, I can see why they're so quiet. It's a very low voltage to begin on the speaker itself. Surely I should be getting like 1 volt at least. 1.5. I'm not on AC, am I? No, I'm on DC. Oh, you would need to check AC when checking the speakers. Oh, okay. I think that's still far too low, isn't it? Doesn't mean it's stable. I might even not tell you the voltage is stable. See, that seems quite low though. 190. Surely I should be getting like a lot more than that. Yeah, this is a strange one, man. If anybody has any ideas, you need a continuous tone. Ah, okay, yeah, that would make sense. So then they wouldn't fluctuate. Yeah, I thought maybe I might need an amp as well, but I wasn't too sure. Is mute still high? Yeah, mute is connected to the power. So I'm assuming that's high, ground is low, I think. So we've got that connected, the XMT connected to the 3.3 volts. So I'm a little confused. We've got sound playing through them now. Even though it's quiet and quite crackly, it sounds decent. Or resistance to the speakers measure. That is a good point. I'm assuming they're going to be like 2 or 4 ohms. Do I measure between the 2 contacts on the speaker? You have a jack connector, so you shouldn't need an amp. Yeah, good point. There was a jack connector on the board here. Resistance. Trying to figure this stuff out when I'm tired is. For checking resistance, do I need to power them off? The PC only gives you a line out signal non-accounted. Drive typical. Drive typical headset drives directly. Is it time for a 1 kilo ohm load, I think? When the speaker is disconnected, yes, okay. So I'm going to need an amp as well then. $30. Okay, so yes, that's much higher then. I thought they might have been like a lower than that, like 20. So these are 30 ohms isn't speakers. 70, no, so we're driving 60 in total. Don't think it can drive them. Ah, damn it. So that's probably why it's so quiet. But does that explain the noise as well, the crackling and stuff? I can look at getting an amp board, but I don't think I'm going to be able to get that delivered till Monday now. It's the only problem, which is a bit of a shame. But I might try this little board tomorrow on stream if I have time. Because this is meant to do what this entire combination does. Hook up a smaller speaker to see if it improves. I don't know if I've got a smaller speaker around anyway, to be honest. Not that I can think of off the top of my head right now. I'd have to have a look, to be honest. So we'll have to see how that goes. But we could try to hook up this chip tomorrow. I don't know if I've showed this one at the microscope. This apparently is meant to do what this combination does. But I don't think it does it to as high of a quality. I don't think it's 8-bit. Let's have a switch to the microscope. This little chip here. It's meant to have Bluetooth. I have one example, so I can send you one by email. Sweet, thank you. You send it by email, send it to my printer. And yeah, I'll just print it out. We've got key, mute, VCC, ground left and right on this. So we could look at trying one of these maybe tomorrow if I have time. I have no idea what these ones at the top are for though. They don't seem to be indicated on the board at all. So I wonder what these are for. But it looks like this is designed to be mounted on top of like another board. I guess that's called like an SoC, I think. So now the Xbox controllers have like that half barrel. But this one's only Bluetooth 4.0 apparently. Programming pin, the 4 on the side. Ah, programming pin, okay. So that's how they program flash to this. That makes sense. But I'd like to get this running properly. Just so we can compare what the quality of something like this is going to be. This. Without low volume, you'll get, without amp, you'll get low volume distortion. Okay, I'll have to look into some amps then, because I do have some recommendations. I always have some tabs open, which I can flick through. Let me switch over to this. Some other components I was looking at earlier. Some of them are amps and stuff, I think. So we start here. This is a vertical breakout board. I was thinking it could be used to extend to USB. Can you guys see that? Yeah. Maybe rethink a more power efficient setup with an amplifier. Yeah. I think eventually, if I want to use this, I might have to design a PCB or something, to be honest. I was just going to see what I could cobble together. It will be like an ongoing project, maybe at the rate it's going. So yes, I was looking at like these to potentially like be able to have the USB port where I need it. This kind of latch and switch for the power between the battery, so to be able to like physically disconnect the battery when it's not being used. This is one of the amps I was looking at. 3.2 watt Class D digital audio amplifier. It accepts I2S. And it operates between 2.7 and 5 volts, requires no IMC, LK. And it's got these settings. This is the one we're using currently. I think this is it, but the quality is meant to be really good on this. That's why I wanted to use this one. That's the module we're looking at. This is another amp I was looking at. Low voltage one. But it operates 4 to 12 volts. This one. This is another one. This has got integrated DAC. The Max 98357. Let's go back and have a look. What about the original amp that was in the headphone? There was no amp originally in the headphone. That's why I thought I'd be able to run these without. The only thing that was in here was this and the little tiny board. This one here, which is just for the microphone. There was no other board. Yes, they just passive. That's why I thought I would be able to power them just from there without an audio amplifier. That's why I'm a little confused. This looks quite small, but I don't know if the quality of this is going to compare to the quality of, where's it to, of this one. The high performance 32-bit, basically 400 kilohertz, compared to this one is not showing. It says high efficiency. This is a mono one, not stereo, so I think that's probably not suited for our needs. And I was looking at this one too. This one is stereo, Palm 8403. And we can power it with a 3.7 battery as well. 90% efficiency. I see no amp in the headphone, unless he removed it. Yeah, there was no amp or anything in the headphone. They were just passively powered before. You don't see anything like the web browser. You showed the PCB without changing to the camera. Oh, okay. forgot what PCB I was going to show. I'm so tired I can't even remember what PCB I was going to show now. I know I am trying to show some in the web browser currently. I don't know if you guys can see the web browser. First showing up on OBS. Looks like I can buy a couple of these Palm 8403s on Amazon now for like £5 for like 5 of them. Just go to rest. Yeah, I am going to call end the stream shortly. Because I don't think we're going to be able to make any more progress on this. So I might need to look again one of these amplifiers and then testing. But tomorrow, if I've got time to stream, I will have a little patch with this here. And also there is 2 faults on the controller that I haven't been able to fix. But I think I might need hot air for it. But I'm not 100% sure. One is a USB-C port, so I'm going to need hot air. And the other is a short, which I've narrowed down between J1 or J2 and the main chip. Yeah, that's been quite interesting. It's been a real struggle as well, to be honest. I literally thought that this was going to be quite a simple project, nice and easy. I will also, if we can't get this working, because I did want to try originally to try to just output from the ESP32 with the 8-bit audio to see how that sounded. So we had a comparison once we were using this DAC as well, to see how much it significantly is meant to improve the quality of the audio. But it sounds like now we can also need an amp, and we are, I don't know how this is going to like fit into the headset if we have to keep on adding more and more stuff. Surely a custom circuit could not be that complicated. If we've got this really, really small one, if I flip back to the microscope only, surely we could design something like this, but with a couple of extra components and a different kind of chip, because apparently this is a proprietary chip. I will harkly mind to the outside, problem solved, yeah. I do have some cool little plastic boxes if you're ever looking for like enclosures. Let me see if I can find them quickly. These are perfect for fitting ESPs in and stuff if you're ever doing any little like projects. Let me switch to the top down. Sadly, it doesn't say the name of what they are on there. Like on off Amazon. It's going to add cost for just doing a few head focus and P and buying all the components. Yeah, that is true. But it's slowly adding up, like loads of boards. But I would like to design a PCB at some point just to learn how it's done. And we do have 2 other headsets exactly the same as this. We'll see how this project progresses. Basically, I'm just interested in like learning more than anything, to be honest. And the fact I get to like reuse stuff is pretty good. The only downside about these is the color. I use KiCad. But he wanted a budget project. Yeah, I do want it to be budget friendly as well. So we will see what we can do if we have to do variations further down the line. I might consider that. Oh God, that did not want to open there. Chill out. Let's see, you've also got some little screw downs. You could screw it through the back or screw a PCB down to there. But that's what I've put boards in before. You can see roughly how the size compares. You can fit a whole bunch of like different stuff in there. You know, if you need like a back converter, an ESP, and some other boards and some wires. Obviously, if you have a 3D printer, that's not an issue. But sadly, I do not have a 3D printer at the moment. So I use these, just drill out whatever holes are needed. I'm going to pick a couple of them up on Amazon. So you could potentially slant it and then just tape it to the top of your headset. A bit janky. But we can look at ways of shrinking all of this down somehow with other ESPs maybe. Okay. So what I think we're going to do is wrap up the stream and see if we can finish this. Well, I'll probably unwire this tomorrow. How I'm going to give this power up without disconnecting this JST connector off here, that was the only issue. And I don't think this, I realize, doesn't have any way to actually charge. So I would need to find another board to go with this, which I do have somewhere, but I cannot remember. They're like little battery management charging boards with like a little USB-C port on there. So I guess I'd plug maybe the battery into there. I can't remember if it's got a JST connector. I'd have to solder it. I'll have to hunt some things out and figure this out, because I'd like to test this as well in the meantime while we're waiting for an amp to show up for this. And then we'll also try the amp and see how that sounds. Hopefully the amp is not too big, because we've got a little bit of room up here. If we can fit it there and still fit the battery in here, then it should all still fit in one earpiece. Because at the moment the battery does fit in between these two boards. So we'll have to see how that goes. And obviously we're going to have to replace the jumper connectors and stuff. But I seem to have some more here. Oh, these don't go together, these are too loose, I think. Unless it's the other way. Never mind, it's the other way. But these seem taller than the other ones. I don't know if you can get shorter ones of these. Something we're going to have a look at. And obviously we are going to have to break out the hot glue, I think. If we do sandwich the balls together to stop it bending down on the one side. As I gutted that we couldn't get it working this stream yet, like fully working and sounding how we want it. But on the plus side, we got it all working wirelessly, we got it working via battery, and we actually got some form of audio playing out of these. It might have sounded like complete ass, but it was audio nonetheless. So technically, job done. Here's your wireless Bluetooth headset. Enjoy. But no, we are going to continue to work on these to improve the quality until they are satisfactory. Yeah, we're progressing. We think we know what the issue is. Hopefully it's just the amp. I'll have to do a little bit of research on this board and just check if that is, and maybe if I can find out what expected like current I should be expecting from these, or what kind of current or voltage is going to be needed to drive. I think these were 30 ohms. No problem. Thank you very much for everybody who's joined in. It's been a really long one. I really appreciate everybody who's like popped in, popped out, and everybody who stayed here the entire time, contributing and helping me out. I think without help, I would have been stuck on a lot of stuff for a lot longer. Like the stupid thing where we didn't connect the power early and stuff. I'm going to go eat some snacks now and finish watching the rest of Young Sherlock. Well, not the rest of it, because I'm hoping I've got a good few more episodes to go, because I'm getting quite into it. And I haven't watched a TV series or film in a long time. It's normally just live streams and stuff. And then eventually get some sleep. So I will speak to you guys very shortly. Enjoy the rest of your night or the rest of your day. Take care. Thank you very much. Bye.